Hey, Pommy.
Oh,
Hey.
I just got in. Sorry.
That's okay.
Trying to put my pants on. Just a second. I'm pantless.
Well, you can show a picture of that. Or taking them off, either one.
Let me see.
Did you fry Oreos today?
I'm gonna actually make. I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna just start battering everything.
Oh my God.
I'll just take like a can of soda and I'll put it into the pancake batter. I'll throw it into the.
Hey, Pommy. Oh, sorry.
I'll throw it into the fryer. So screw it.
You're insane.
Yeah, let me put a soda into the freezer. I am thirsty. Cools fast. So I got Coke Zero.
All right.
Does it look like this where you are?
Mm-mm.
Like this?
Not exactly.
Oh, but this is how they look here. This is 1.5 liters.
Do you have Sprite Zero?
Yes, I'm gonna put this in the freezer very quickly.
Somebody told me that Sprite Zero tasted sweeter than the real thing. The hell?
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, the reason that could be is because Sprite Zero, what they use to sweeten it is aspartame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you know what aspartame is, right?
Yeah.
It's an artificial sweetener, and so you basically need about 100 of what you would need of sugar to get the same amount of sweetness.
Well, I know somebody was telling me that to drink it, that it tasted sweeter than the real thing. And I even had a doctor to tell me that that's what I needed to get to drink for soda.
Right. I'm
But
explaining.
I'm like you. See, I didn't know that it was sweetened with aspartame, but I don't want aspartame
Why not?
because isn't that the one that causes like cancer?
Oh no, you will need incredible amounts to cause cancer.
Uh,
Yeah, you would need to drink a 2 liter. I think it was every half an hour. You'd have to drink a 2 liter every day, every hour of the day, for years.
hmm. Well, I don't have a whole lot going for me, so I would probably get cancer tonight if I opened one that was only like a half a milliliter of fluid.
That's bad. That's talking bad.
Well, I'm just saying, with the luck that I've been having, that's probably what would happen.
No, I wouldn't worry about it. Just go ahead and drink zero. Um, it won't cause cancer. You need to the amount you need is too much. It's you will never be able to drink it even if you tried. Even if it like you made it your work to do it, you wouldn't be able to. You would probably die of malnutrition because you would continuously be pushing out the nutrients out of your body because of all the water. You'd probably die because of that more than actually even aspartame if you try to drink that much. Don't worry. Just I would suggest you drink the zero, because the sugar you're intaking is incredibly damaging.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of sugar that I shouldn't be getting.
Yeah, no, go ahead and drink it. Don't worry about the aspartame. It's really negligible amount. The same way water can, eating in excess can kill you. Um, you can go ahead and drink about 4 liters, 5 liters, 6 liters, even about I don't know how much you drink of soda. You can drink how much you want. Don't worry about it. It will not cause you any damage. So yeah, aspartame. The way it works is it has the potency of sugar like 100 times increased, like so the ability to make things sweeter. So you would only need to put, let's say you have a soup and you put in the soup either 100 tablespoons of sugar or 1 tablespoon of aspartame, and you would get the same level of sweetness.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like the difference. Yeah, so that's why there's hardly any aspartame in there. You just need to put a little bit in there, and it tastes sweet instantly. So don't worry about it. Don't. Sugar is harmful. It's the sugar that's going to kill you, and it's not even cancer. It's going to be the sugar crystals that'll wreak havoc on your system. Because sugar, they're like small blades. If you've seen them in microscopic images, they're crystals. They wreck. They tear up your insides. Uh, Yeah, so you can get a yeah, sugar causes way more problems actually, way more, even cancer. It causes even cancer. Sugar, let's see, cancer. In high which is the modern Western diet really. We eat immense amounts of sugar. I mean, sugar in moderation is okay, and by moderation we're talking about getting it out of your fruits, getting it out of your meats. Like meat has sugar in it, but the shit we're eating, like pizza, burgers, like that's pumped into it, because without the sugar, that stuff is unpalatable. Like Coca-Cola, the regular Coca-Cola. Like
Right.
this much is sugar. Like of all the whole bottle, this much is like that's sugar.
Wow.
That's insane, right?
Heck yeah.
So don't worry about the aspartame. I really wouldn't worry about it. Actually, I'll even give you a video to make your mind at ease. Well, and this is a very good video you should watch. It's only like 3 minutes. Don't listen to the naysayers. Sugar will kill you, most definitely. Oh no, this is like there it is. You
Okay.
should go ahead and watch that. It's really informative.
Okay. I'm gonna put you on mute for a minute. Oh, look.
That gets close attention. Oh, maybe bunnies and rabbits.
Oh, that is so cute.
How could you watch something like that and then eat a rabbit?
I wouldn't eat a rabbit.
What?
Mm-mm.
This little white rabbit. Is that a bottle?
Mm-hmm.
I'm drinking in a bottle.
And little Baba.
Good Baba. That's some beautiful pictures you got on the TV. Beautiful. Now, look at it. What such places is that in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Why ain't we near any of them? I've got to take the little babies out. Take the little babies out so they can have their romp. Romp. Who wants to romp? Who wants to romp? Romp. Worm. Worm wants to romp.
I'm back, Pommy.
Did you watch the show?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Are you more at ease now?
I think it said like 100 teaspoons of sugar would equal like 1 teaspoon of aspartame.
Right. Well, 180.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, just like you said, I mean, they downplayed it.
No, but did you watch it to the end?
Yes.
At certain talk in the end, they say that you need to drink a can every 50 seconds
Yeah.
in order to exceed the dangerous amount.
I wouldn't do that.
I mean, you can't. I'm echoing.
Even if I could, I would explode.
Now, you would probably die from overhydration.
Yeah, true.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about it. Actually, you should look up into the. Damn, I'm echoing still. Maybe refresh for a second. Sugar.
So what have you been up to today?
Oh, nothing much. I'm trying to scare the living daylight out of you.
Out of me?
Yeah.
Why?
I know, by showing you what sugar does to you. There it is.
You get quiet on me and you make me nervous.
Oh no, I'm watching video. That's why I'm mute.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that was an interesting video.
What were you looking at?
Hmm.
Can't say it's okay.
Well, yeah. So sugar is way worse.
I want a rabbit.
Hmm. Which one, the big one or the small?
I like the little ones, but I'm afraid that being so little, they'll get lost.
How so?
Like my house, like if they go under the couch or whatever, and I can't get them. And then my dogs are little enough, but I need one big enough that it can handle itself.
Uh-huh. Well, I just remember the health costs related to caring for those animals is not cheap.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't know if it's a good idea to get one. Every time one of them gets sick, you have to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
Maybe think about it.
Oh, yeah. I'd definitely be thinking about it. I can't do anything right now.
Even Bubbles, it's going to need health care. And it's also not cheap, actually.
Yeah. I need to clean her cage.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah. And
I
bunnies
think
are much more messy.
I think that I'm going to end um, the hangout like earlier tonight
Hmm.
so that I can. She'll be close to being ready to wake up anyway. So if I aggravate her a little bit, she won't be aggravated for too long.
Don't worry about it.
And then I can go in and clean her house out.
Yeah, don't worry about aggravating him. It's oh, shit. They'll get used to it. The more you handle them, the more you take care of them, the less frightened they are. It is insane though, like in how much food they've put sugar in. So crazy.
Yeah, it seems like there's sugar in everything. It's like they almost use it as much for a preservative as they do for salt.
For example, in let's say in chips, for example, uh, they you wouldn't expect that there would be sugar in there because it's
Yeah,
like nonsensical to put sugar in there. You would put salt in there or whatever, or other spices maybe, but not sugar. But when they make the chips, like the mix to turn it into the chips, um, they put like a boatload of sugar in there.
yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I've got to watch out with this stuff. I'm probably gonna cut back myself. Oh yeah, and with the cage cleaning, you can a lot of times just do spot cleaning. If you put a whole lot of bedding in there, like if you put a lot of bedding,
Yeah.
just spot clean now and then. Just take part of it, like clean that part and put new bedding on that part, and that should do.
Well, she's got a boatload of the bedding stuff in there.
The wood shaving, you mean?
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah.
she can bury herself,
Right, yeah.
and you can't see her because she's buried now because her house is empty.
Right. Yeah, I clean mine maybe every month or every 2 months. I clean his cage fully because it's such a large cage.
Yeah.
But I spot clean it regularly.
What do you use any kind of cleaner?
I did that in the beginning, but I don't do that anymore really. Maybe with wet. I
Like
do it
water?
maybe sometimes. Yeah. I don't think it's really necessary. I mean, you can do it if you want. I'm gonna listen to this video for a second.
You like watching your mama do that?
Shut it.
She's sitting on the crags. It's hot. Muggy. It's my air conditioner. Got freaking sad. Maybe then, maybe not. I looked for possible things she could have damaged it. She could have committed with, she could have damaged it. I didn't see nothing. But if she had, you will be -$1. You know, you did.
No,
I'm telling you, the blanket, man, it's hot.
I don't. That's why I moved it.
Hot.
This has got to be put on the truck.
I'm telling you, it's just so much. Look at all this shit. It's just this. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. It's too much of it now to go about getting rid of. This is not the way it should be. But that's the way it is. Oh my goodness. So are we looking at the show or we? All right, your choice. These fingers. Let's do a trouble check. Let's see here. Ooh, looks like it. 2 hours ago. There are like two options.
I got a video I'm going to look at that's probably going to take about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
I think I popped a blood vessel in my eye. Strained myself too much.
There's a video that Lindsay wants me to look at. It's probably going to take me about 20 minutes.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm gonna go make something to eat. I'm hungry.
Okay, go make something to eat, and maybe by the time you finish, we'll meet up.
Oreo cookies.
Oh my God.
Well,
You and that cooking stuff, crazy.
I'll be right back in a bit then.
Okay. Hey, baby.
I'm eating
That doesn't look like an Oreo.
no, it's not. We don't have Oreos.
Damn.
Yeah, our car is broken, so we can't go to the what do you call it? To the store.
Uh-huh.
So we're waiting till our car is fixed. It's basically white bread with molten cheese,
Uh-huh.
but toasted in one of those toasters.
Oh, yeah.
No, a whole bunch here.
Oh, hell, that looks good.
Mhm. I'm not sure I'm going to eat all of it.
Mm. Hello. Well, I'm all right. I'm waiting for my friend from Belgium to get done eating supper. Some kind of grilled cheese looking stuff. It looks like he might have one of those griddle things where he can put the stuff in it. He had to show me what he was eating. He's got an aunt in Colorado. I told him, I said, well, you'll have to let me know when you're going. I said, we might have to make a road trip to Colorado. Well, I've ate, but I just took a big swallow of drink. And Lindsay's in there taking a bath. He's going to try to cool off. Our air conditioner's broke. Yeah, when it rains, it pours here. Sometime between yesterday and today. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I got it in 2009, and that warranty's good for 10 years. She told me it was going to cost me right at $60 for them to come out and diagnose the problem. It's supposed to cover it all. Yeah. I just can't win. I don't know why I even keep trying. Mm-hmm. Oh, here's another one of my buddies just popped in my room. Hey, handsome, what you doing?
Yeah, that camera I got's way too far away.
Well, it made it look like you've got a background thing going on.
Wow, the side of my computer is dirty too.
Well, it looks fine to me.
From all the fans. Maybe I should clean that someday. Nah.
I was going to say, just be like me and don't worry about it.
The software for my camera doesn't work right probably because it's a Microsoft. I don't know.
Right.
It's a Microsoft camera running on a Microsoft operating system, which is probably why they don't get along.
There you go. Now you're closer.
Yeah. Now you're going to have to make sure you wear your breeches whenever you talk to me, because I'll be able to see you if you're naked.
Yeah. How close do you want to get? Enhance. What's going on with you, Lucid? Yeah, that is far.
I know the software made for the camera won't work on here, but I've never tried third-party software or anything like that.
Oh, I got XSplit. You can hook up all your cameras to it. Well, it's like a software. It's hold on. Let me see if I can see here. This is my one of the webcams. You can add a whole host of them. You can have them all literally next to each other. Right now, I only have one camera, but
Yeah, I guess I could run something like Anycam or one of those things to modify the camera.
you can literally add as many as you want. Okay. Still smooth, no problems. I'm tired. The
I
trail
tried
was
running it using the microphone on the camera before, and it doesn't do much of any noise canceling, and it's so sensitive that all you hear is computer fans.
oh shit, yeah. I think Google themselves have a software implemented where it cancels out some of those things.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Is mine messed up, or?
Oh,
I'm
hold
here.
on, let me. Can you hear me or not?
Oh, I can hear you.
Let's see, headphones. My headphones are called Afterglow. Woo-hoo.
Well, that sounds sexy.
Oh, okay. So tell me if you can hear me. Tell me.
I don't hear anything.
Oh,
Oh, something's wrong with my headphones. Apparently my
testing,
mic's working now.
Yeah,
testing,
because I can
testing.
hear that.
Should work.
I'm probably just watching a recording of Palm.
No, no, no. Check it out.
Hmm.
My voice thing is going. You see this? Voice thing. It's working.
Yeah,
Levels are going up and down.
yeah.
I'll refresh. Maybe it's me. Okay, can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Oh, Lucid. Yeah. See if Lucid can hear
Can't
you.
hear anything. I don't know.
He can't hear either of us.
Would his bandwidth affect
Oh.
the hearing, or would he need to refresh?
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, the problem is he can't hear us.
Mute my microphone for a minute and check the stream side.
I'm tired as hell.
Can you hear us?
Oh, probably. Probably not.
I hope my headphones didn't die on me.
Yeah, it's probably his headphones. Oh my God. I'm tired. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go try to get some sleep. I feel very tired.
Okay. Well, sweet dreams.
Oh, you too when you go.
Okay.
Might reboot my system. I haven't done that for a couple of weeks. Maybe it's sick.
Oh, Lucy.
His headset's messed up.
Oh, someone said,
He's going to reboot his system,
oh,
and then he's going to come back. Palm's gone to bed.
He's such a pig. Air conditioning being broke ain't joking.
Oh, man. You and that air
I
conditioner.
know I'm gonna keep the dog again till Saturday. Plus,
Can you hear me now?
I expect to lose my hearing as I got older, but that was awful quick.
what's up, Lucy?
Same old, different day.
Oh, yeah.
You can hear now?
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah, I like these headphones in that I can walk all around my house and still listen, but
Nice.
I sure would hate them to die because someone left them in an apartment a few years ago, and I don't think I would afford a set like that.
Yeah.
I've actually thought of. I wish there was a setup where you can have a portable camera work real well, where I can go like out in the garage and work and the whole bit, but not so practical.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you had like a, I mean, basically a portable. You'd have to carry a laptop with you or something to do that, or Google or the Hangouts on the cell phone, which I don't like.
Yeah.
I tried it years ago, and I don't think they've improved it enough. It's just too awkward on a cell phone.
Not even when you first phone.
I think she did some, but now, I mean, I was in Bond's room this morning, and it seemed like the people that were on cell phones, they kept
Yeah.
getting kicked out. It's like it's a bug in the system.
Yeah, I know. Can't think of the name. Country Hillbilly used to come in on a phone every once in a while.
Yeah, Christian Hillbilly.
Christian Hillbilly, and he was just kind of the image sucked, and of course the weird tones you get from being in a car.
Right.
He always kept going out.
Yeah, I think he would pass power lines and stuff like that, and that would cause static and
Yeah, it was always kind of glitchy.
yeah.
Nadia don't seem to lose her. She must have a good setup going on.
Yeah, she probably was paying dearly for it too.
I noticed some areas of the country, the cost of internet and everything is really high. High, I mean, depends on where you're at and everything.
I hear.
Yeah, it depends on where you are, because I think probably how populated it is and how far between each house
Yeah.
as far as the cable hookup and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too far from a major highway where I'm at. And so it basically I'm not too far off of a primary line.
Yeah, I live right on a major road, basically.
Yeah.
And it would I had internet, and my house was like right at the road. So
Yeah.
it was easy for me to get access to it. But we just got this thing in the mail today for some damn voucher.
I can read it to you right now.
Oh,
It's 100 Mbps internet, TV, and phone, only $89.99 a month. Then the very small print below that for the first year.
mm-hmm.
Then it probably zooms up to $200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real slick.
Yeah, I mean, I have no use for cable TV, or, I mean, I don't bother. I mean, basically, if anything critical hits the news, when I go to work or to the store or talk to someone online, it'll be all over the place.
Yeah, I'll hear about it.
Yeah, and actually, through the internet, if you want to, like, I have an Amazon Prime and stuff like that, and you can watch some movies and things like that on that, as well as there are websites that you can just pay a pretty cheap monthly
Yeah, like
fee.
Netflix is like next to nothing.
Yeah, and then there's also, what's that one, Hulu or something used to be
Yeah.
free, but now they charge, but it's pretty minimal cost as long as you have high enough speed internet to run it. The only difference with them is instead of getting you get a different set of commercials through them than you would through the commercials are different. That's all.
Right.
Yeah. But you can watch whatever you want like that. And I'm not that interested anyway. I can just, like, if I want to hear what CNN has to say, I'll go to their YouTube channel,
Right.
you know, or go to their website. You don't have to have cable, unless you're some of these people who, you know, well, sports is a really big deal for people that are into sports. I know people who specifically get DirecTV instead of Dish Network because DirecTV has like an NFL package or something, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it don't make a hill of shit to us because we don't look at it.
yeah, it's like, you know, yeah. I personally, I could care less. But it's just, I mean, we out here we have Time Warner, who just got bought by somebody or something. I don't remember. But I mean, you know, that's all I need, cable. But they constantly send me mailers to get, you know, other crap that I don't really need.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a landline, a phone line. Well, the phone line they're selling you isn't actually a landline; it's voice over IP. But close enough if their system's dependable enough. But the main reason anyone would want that specifically, because most of us just use cell phones.
Yeah.
So the only reason someone would want that specifically is if you have a fax machine running a business type thing.
Yeah. All we do is just use ours for cell phones. That's all we have.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain reasons why businesses will have land phone lines depending on the nature of the business. But, you know, in our personal life, very few of us need it. It's not worth the trouble to pay for both, basically.
Right.
But yeah, I always get deals in the mail where if I add on a you know, 150, 200, 300 channels, whatever the hell the cable crap is nowadays,
Right.
and then add on a phone and all this, and, you know, really good deal. And of course, always, you know, I don't even bother looking at them anymore. But you know, in the fine print, there's something in there that's going to screw you. Is all it is.
Oh yeah, you can get screwed.
There was a thing with AT&T's DSL thing, and they were actually going door to door in the neighborhood, which is really unusual for that kind of thing. I assume because Time Warner had been sold or changed or whatever. I don't know. Someone else bought them, or I don't remember what the deal is. They assumed that they would be able to get a bunch of customers. Anyway, they were actually going door to door down my street. But I wouldn't. I'm not. It's not that big a deal. I mean, I know. At times, cable is faster internet. At times, DSL is faster, depending on as their technology changes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they always want to sell you a package deal. I can give you all this crap that you don't need just so you can have internet. Well, no, thank you.
They're trying to lure you in with a low introductory offer.
Yeah.
Then after a year, up it goes.
Yeah, it's like, you know, for $39.95 or $49.95 or $69.95, we can give you everything.
And it's funny how small that print under that $89.99 was on this Time Warner. Very small.
Yeah.
And then it's like you get DirecTV. There's a damn contract.
Yeah.
And they renew the contract without your knowing it. Ever how many years? So you get screwed if you want to cancel it and do something different.
Yeah, there are people who are kind of like my brother lives out far enough in the middle of nowhere where he can't get. He's 6 miles from the nearest telephone switch, which is double the difference they can transmit DSL. So he can't get that. And there's no cable out there at all.
Damn.
So he was running on 4G cards and crap like that, and then he got a deal now where somebody, I don't remember. Like a company puts up an antenna, and if you put up 50-foot antenna, you can cover like a 20-mile radius, something like that. I don't remember. And then they try to get all the people in that area to where they actually have a T1 switch, bring in T1, T2, T3, whatever, where they're getting a good signal, and then they rebroadcast it. And because the problem is, like, I don't know, like through satellite, internet through satellite, there's a data cap because that satellite can only transmit and receive so much. So he tried the data. He had direct, well, actually, I think he had Dish Network and some satellite internet thing, something for a little bit, and he just dumped it. It was like a bunch of crap, basically. The data cap was way too low. But yeah, that's kind of the reason Google's are going around with fiber. What they're doing is just forcing people's hands in business where you got to keep up. Unfortunately, there's not a good way to get it in the middle of the country once you get so far off of a main thoroughfare or something like that.
Right.
And it's not densely populated enough for either AT&T or any company to go put a telephone switch close by there to be able to put out DSL, because DSL's got about a 3-mile limit, and then through standard phone lines. Now, if you got a purely fiber optic new modern system, it changes the whole story. But on old copper lines, it doesn't get too far. And the other option is to convince a cable company to run a cable. That's kind of hard to do when you can go out in the middle of a, like say there's a 100-acre area with 10 houses. Well, it's quite an expense just to hit those 10 houses.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
But that's why you're out in the boonies, to get away from all that.
Yeah, I mean, I like living on the property out there with my brothers when I was living out there, because I'm away. There's no restrictions that are other than just standard state and federal type stuff. But there's and nobody bothers. If someone pulls down your driveway out there, it's because you invited them.
Yeah.
That type thing. I like that. But I never noticed the major. I'm not too far from major highway, and there's a smaller little farm to market. I think they changed the name to Ranch Roads in Texas. I don't remember. But anyway, that I'm not very far off, and I never noticed the noise from it until one day I was videotaping when I was working on my truck. Set the video camera out there, filmed a little bit, screwing around working on the welding stuff, whatever. And then when I reviewed the tape, I noticed in the background there's this constant traffic going. And I never noticed it. But we tend to block out that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's one of the hardest things about making video is getting extremely good quality audio that's where you're not picking up crap you don't want. Which is why you turn your microphone off when you go to the bathroom.
I probably have. I don't care.
Yep. I don't mind offending someone.
I don't either. Everybody does it.
Yep.
Yep, she's just an old country girl.
You hear that, Lucid?
Little bit of it.
He said I was just an old country girl. I didn't give a shit.
Oh, yeah. I asked somebody at work, which I was surprised by their answer. I asked them, I got a service call yesterday, and I, went to work, took care of it, whatever. And she's discussed it. It was an older lady. I mean, like I'm young or something. But she was talking about, she said about, we could just talk for a few minutes while I was waiting for some equipment to just testing it. And she said about the, of course, what I thought about the president thing. I said, I don't know, it's just a couple of clowns. I have no clue, and that's all I see is a couple of clowns. And she was, yeah, they, both sides kind of suck and whatever, the problems they have, sort of. I mean, they're two sides of the same coin type thing, sort of. So I mentioned, so I was curious. So I asked her, it says, so what do you think about people vote? I mean, unfortunately, I don't know that anyone who's running anywhere is great, but the biggest thing that would stand a chance to overtake and make the Democrat-Republican deal straighten their ass up is if someone else got voted in from outside. And the biggest deal of that is libertarian. So what do you think about libertarian? And she was like, no way, can't, whatever. I didn't think they were that bad. I mean, I know they've had some weird things that they've supported in the past, but
I was kind of libertarian.
yeah, I mean, I don't see that they're ideal, but I don't see any of them that are ideal. I mean, but at least it would break the cycle, sort of, is kind of thing. And she was like, no way, she couldn't do it.
As a matter of fact, I think it would be funny if a libertarian would win in this election, considering that all that's going on.
Yeah, with the clown show.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be really, really ironic.
They'll probably get more votes than they usually get.
I mean, I think the highest I've ever seen them get is 6% of the votes.
I bet they get at least 10.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I think there's an unfortunate flaw in the system. Well, there are a couple of flaws in the system that nobody really anticipated. One of them, I mean, well, both of them can be corrected fairly easily, but Congress would have to vote on it to change it, and it would affect how Congress is elected, and therefore it would change too much of the dynamics, and they don't like that change because they don't want to be out of a job.
Libertarians offer terms, right? You call them, they only serve so many terms.
But I'm not as worried about. I'm not as worried about term limits in that way. The bigger thing is the method of voting, and there's a guy, which I always forget, who has a channel on YouTube who explains it very simplistically. In fact, he uses the animal kingdom, a box, like, lions versus this, different, the owl is game, voting against the lion, whatever, different as candidates, showing how if you select, when you go, in other words, instead of just going in and voting for the one person that you would prefer, go in there and vote for everybody on the list and just list them in the order in which you would prefer. and there's a way to sort it out when they count the vote. Well, people would be more likely to vote for alternative parties and things like that, the way the system sorts out. But
this was not going to want that.
Yeah, the thing is, if you'd have to convince Congress to vote it to do that, which they're not likely to do because it would change the predictability of them keeping their positions.
Oh yeah.
Or getting, yeah. So there are problems with changing the voting system.
Some of those people have been up there for 50 years.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, I mean, like Dianne Feinstein. She's been there like forever, I think.
Forever.
And it's like, nobody cares about your crap, lady. I mean, I'm sorry, they just don't.
Well, they're all self-righteous. I think they're just walking on golden street.
There are some other things in there that people don't know about, and I can't remember the particulars. I'd have to look them up again. There are certain positions that once you're elected in, even when even if you don't get reelected, you keep collecting your salary for the rest of your life.
Sure.
And there are things like that. You keep certain federal, benefits for the rest of your life.
That's nice.
Just for serving a term. I mean, but it depends on. I can't remember the details of all of it. What you get and what you don't get, what you keep, even if you're voted out, and it's like crap. I mean, considering the fact that most government positions originally were unpaid positions.
Yeah.
In Texas, our legislature in Texas is still unpaid. And we don't have a full-time legislature in Texas. They convene every 2 years, unless there's special session called, things like that, which they usually call special sessions when they want to pull the wool over our eyes type thing,
Well, I've never heard of that.
Yeah. And it's a little different. And I've heard people criticize, well, y'all need a full-time paid legislature. No, we don't. They do enough damage every 2 years. I really don't. I mean, bills will get proposed and whatever and everything, but they don't go through the whole thing of voting them in except every 2 years. I mean, anyway, I really don't want them in there full time, 24/7, just to screw with us. We get enough of that as it is.
Well, you have to give them an incentive to run now, I guess. They ain't going to run if they're not going to be able to get something out of it.
Yeah.
Because you are putting yourself out there in the public eye.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand, it's just like there's certain benefits. I mean, well, the thing about it is even if you're just voted into a position on the city council, whether it's a city that pays decently for it or not at all, the potential benefits you get off of having that position, based on the city ordinances that you support, you get other, depending on how it happens, it can be legal, but there are legal ways of getting benefits off of it that will actually exceed what the city could have paid you to hold that position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well, I think the president should get some perks because it is a hard job to serve that for 4 years anyway. He ought to get something. But all these congressmen, oh no, not that many. I think the president gets lifetime protection. I think he gets a pension. He or she gets a pension and some other stuff. I guess an 8-year president would take home more than a 4-year one.
I don't know if there's a difference in the number of years you run that you're actually in office necessarily.
Yeah.
But there's I mean, you get Secret Service the rest of your life. You get free medical for you and your family the rest of your life.
Free medical.
Yeah, yeah. That's one of the weird things about them voting on medical. They don't have to worry about it.
That's right.
Just like Congress. If you're in Congress, medical's free.
Yep.
And you're voting on, you know, the rest of us. Well, if you're, you know, someone like Feinstein who's been, you know, in the racket, so to speak, for that long, you spent majority of your life not having to worry about it.
You know that free medical, as you get older, comes in a lot more handy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah.
I could lose my house, but they've got it made.
Right. Well, it's kind of like when I had pneumonia one time, and I was stupid about it, but you know, that'll happen to some of us. You know, I laid around the house for a week thinking I was just sick, and then by the time I went to the hospital, I was delirious. So I just kind of told a friend of mine, I think I need to go to the hospital, like a moment of clarity there and whatever. And anyway, so I spent a week in a hospital, and $17,000, and you know, nothing, and all it was is breathing treatments and antibiotics and fluids. Basically, it was the biggest thing of it. And the thing about it is, I can't pay that. So I don't own anything they can take. So all I can do is give me a bad mark on my credit. Well, if given the choice of screwing up my credit or staying alive, what am I supposed to do with that? You know, well, take my credit. I don't give a fuck. At least I'm alive. You know.
That's why I'm saying I think healthcare should be, well, not free. I mean, but you know how they do it in Europe. I mean, there's something you have to have. It's not something.
I mean, yeah, I think I should be sort of social, but not exactly. Basically, my problem with just like the Obamacare type thing, you know, the Affordable Care Act, whatever they're going. It was, now I know they didn't get through what they wanted to get through. They had to hack it all up and whatever to get it, because there was a lot of controversy around the whole thing. But what they finally ended up with is just a hacked up, crappy system that'll do nothing really. I mean, from what I can tell, it's going to help less than 5% of the Americans, but everybody else's insurance is going to go up in order to support it. And it's a screwed up. Yeah, it's a screwed up way to do it. But we have enough examples around the world that we could have done a study, a long-term study of other country systems, and looked where they had it, where they ran into more serious issues than others, and decided on a system that we could make work. And one of the difficult parts is the fact that we were established primarily as a capitalist country, although now it's now corporate capitalism, not, you know, not smaller.
Just an example of what like the UK has now. We were talking to this guy from the UK. He's diabetic.
Yeah.
And he gets all of his you know, the insulin, the all of it. He gets it free. Not over here.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that the other thing that in America that disgusts me a lot about is that even insurance companies don't consider dental as critical care.
Yeah.
Well, I've known people who, like my sister when she was really young, in her early 20s. She had thyroid cancer. So they took her thyroid out. So now she has to take thyroid the rest of her life or she dies. Well, that's a critical thing. She should not even have to jump through. Yeah, she has to jump. She has to jump through hoops to do it. And you know, but on top of that, part of the treatment for that was you had to sort of rinse out your mouth and swallow this fluid that was part radioactive iodine to make sure that it wouldn't come back. And you know how where the thyroids are down there.
Yeah.
Well, it rotted all her teeth out, the radioactive iodine, and they didn't warn her about it in advance. Didn't warn her about any precautions. Nothing. Well, try getting a job without teeth after you've gone through a treatment. And the assumption nowadays, back then the assumption was if you're missing teeth, especially if they're in the front and visible, the assumption was that you're poor or stupid. Well, the assumption was that you're poor and stupid is what the assumption used to be. Nowadays, the assumption is you're a drug addict.
So they there's dentures or anything.
No, she ended up having to go to. Luckily, by that time, we had a dental school here in San Antonio, the University at San Antonio, University of Texas in San Antonio, has a dental school. So if you get on the list and somebody needs credits for it, then you get in, basically. So that's how she ended up with getting dentures. But the misunderstanding is that, I mean, it's kind of like if you go to emergency hospital, emergency room kind of thing. Sure, they'll pull a tooth, but they won't replace it. And now people assume you're a druggie, and you're unemployable because try getting a job without teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a screwed up system. Even if you have insurance, just like my insurance or my daughter's, whatever, anybody, average insurance usually has a cap where you have to spend the first $1,000 yourself, and then they'll match up to that $1,000 on certain type things, but there's a $1,000 cap for the year. Well, you can get just a couple of root canals and hit that. You know what I mean? So some things that should be treated as critical to your health aren't, like the dental situation. And I'm sure there are lots of others that I haven't thought of, but that's kind of an obvious one. Because if you own a business and someone comes applying for a job with no teeth, what are you going to tell them? Well, no matter what their experience is.
Sister, I'd tell them the damn truth and say, look, that's what won't have any.
Yeah, I mean, well, the better thing is let's make sure as many people as possible are employable, because it benefits all of us.
Yeah.
And there are other health issues that are similar. It's kind of like the stigma attached to depression or any psychological concern.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, only it's not as obvious. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And getting care for that is actually difficult sometimes. I mean, it only becomes easy when it gets to the point where the court orders it, and by that time you're screwed.
Yeah.
Well, why would we allow someone to get to that point?
Because that's our system.
Yeah. I mean.
And what kills me is you pay these highest premiums, then you go to the doctor, and then they want more money as far as a copay.
Yeah.
It just pisses me off, man. It's like they're nickel and diming you everywhere you go.
Yeah, it's just like when Obamacare started to get enforced the first year. Well, before it, as soon as it passed and everything, the company I worked for, when it came up for them to re-up the group insurance, they changed to a different company because they saw what was coming down the pike, sort of. and my rates went up then, and my benefits went down a little bit. Then then the next time, and they changed it again, and my copay, all my copays for everything doubled. The benefits are, you know, the percentages that I pay versus they pay are reduced, and it just
People just can't pay the shit. They're right on the border right now, and they can't afford any kind of increase.
yeah. Which is my sister's one of those people who's she can't work full time. She works part time. She she can't afford. I mean, if she went through one of the programs to buy Obamacare, it would take everything she makes.
Yeah.
People think Obamacare is cheap. Not. I mean, and it's not. All the plans that are offered through it are actually pretty fucking expensive. It's not as cheap as people make it out to be. And when you get below the income for that, well, by the time your income gets so low, you're on Medicaid anyway.
Yeah.
So, or Medicare, depending on the situation. Anyway, it's just all they did by passing all that stuff. It's not that it didn't help anyone, but it simply made the system more convoluted and screwed up.
Yeah.
We already had the weird Medicare thing they did years ago, where okay, now you can have part A and part B, or you can get part C. All these weird, or you can buy a independent insurance, kind of like on a car, what they used to call gap insurance. You know what I mean? You can buy outside insurance to cover whatever costs your Medicare don't cover, if you can afford it, because it's not cheap. So it's a gamble, which is kind of weird. The insurance company, having an insurance company is gambling anyway, which is legal even in states where gambling is illegal. But it's just a really weird, screwed up system.
It's way too complicated.
Yeah, I mean,
the way it's going to be, I don't see it changing.
Nah, I mean, there are too many other things. There are too many other things in government and business that would have to change to be able to correct the problems. And I don't see it happening in my lifetime.
No. Very depressing.
Yeah, it's just I find it frustrating, and I think that's one of the things to me that it's sort of like the people that get into spectator sport stuff all the time. I'm like, could you pay attention to how, it's kind of like I've heard people actually say that like the NFL and the NBA and things, all this big money stuff is actually intended to be a distraction, so you don't realize how hard you're getting screwed by your government. You know what I mean? I don't think that's entirely true. I don't think it's entirely false.
Yeah.
It's a weird dynamic, because whatever city sponsors a team can base some of their income off of the tourist dollars that come in, which are really trivial. I think I don't see that they'd be that big, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But hey, as long as you're buying beer, as long as you're buying beer to watch that, sporting event.
Yeah, that's going to be your big worry right there. Yeah. Kind of big.
But yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of distractions in life that distract you from paying attention to what's actually going on, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
there'll be issues that are voted in, whether state level or federal level, that people won't realize until after they're voted in. They'll be like, how the hell did that happen? Well, because nobody seemed to pay attention. That's why.
I slipped it in under the wire.
Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of laws like that. I mean, there's all kinds of weird laws, and not only just weird laws, but wasted time on legislation. The fact that there is a National Ice Cream Day, and we've had it for like 30 years or better or something. Well, I don't think that was a constructive time spent in Congress voting on a national. Okay, just vote National Ice Cream Day. Like, who gives a fuck? You know?
Yeah, out there, you know, some
Yeah.
congressman wanted it passed.
Yeah, some congressman had a buddy who's in the ice cream business.
Yeah.
So what? You know, you think that just because and there are, a lot of people don't realize how many weird holidays that are declared, like National Ice Cream Day, National whatever, you know, all this. Nobody pays attention to that.
Yeah.
They'll pay attention to certain days depending on their religious views, and with or without any particular religious views, whether they celebrate it or not, they'll notice Easter, because spring break, that, you know, that time period, and and chocolate bunnies and little egg, you know, boiled eggs and stuff, and they'll notice 4th of July for, you know, obvious reasons, and Thanksgiving and Christmas. And then you have more people. Some people pay a little closer attention to Valentine's Day, but that also depends on the person. Some do, some don't. It's kind of like Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day was they came up with that for it's marketing is what it is. I mean, you know, and I can't remember the exact details of how it came about, but it's kind of like the heart design, that what we view of as, you know, the drawing a little heart like thing.
Yeah.
We didn't worry about that until Valentine's Day was made a big deal. Valentine's Day was made a big deal because, well, among other things, it's weird they put it in the middle of February. You know, I mean, you know, when everybody's like, you know, I guess to keep people, so, like, maybe, well, I assume there was nothing else going on that month, so I said, what the hell, put it there.
I wonder if there was a St. Valentine.
I don't know, actually. I've heard stories about it, but I've never actually.
Probably like Santa Claus stories, you know.
Yeah, but I know the making it a nationally recognized holiday type thing is it's a marketing. It was a marketing scheme, you know, for, you know, Hallmark cards and whatever else, you know. I mean.
Oh yeah, somebody winning off of. Yeah.
Yeah, and not that thing about it is that if you're with someone you really, really care about anyway, you don't need a special day for that. I mean, actually, anniversaries are more appropriate for that.
Try telling Latrell that.
What's that?
Yep.
Valentine's Day. It ain't just another day to her.
Yeah, but that's what anniversaries are for.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, although I understand that if you live in a culture so long who makes a big deal of Valentine's Day being what it is, you know, you're likely to believe that's what it is, you know. That's, you know, but it's kind of like my daughter and I, when my daughter was younger, her and I, the main days we celebrate is each other's birthday every year. That's the most important. Christmas is secondary. Thanksgiving, we'll like stop over each other's house or something, hang out a little bit. Same thing for Christmas. It's not as critical as our birthdays to us. But when she was younger, she would always buy me something for Father's Day and Mother's Day because she didn't have a mother or whatever, didn't grow up with a mother. Now she always still gets me something for Father's Day, and it doesn't matter what it is. It's just a matter of remembering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That
Well,
type thing.
Yeah.
And that's our kind of our little thing. We don't really celebrate anything else.
Yeah.
We don't even really celebrate Christmas. It's just a day off. Let's hang out.
Go to somebody's house and eat and all this shit. Watch kids open up presents. And
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
all that kind of shit. You're just so glad when it's over.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah.
The trail loves Christmas stuff.
Bullshit.
You know you do.
Nope.
What do you like?
Halloween.
She likes Halloween. And that's it.
You gonna dress up like a clown? Do the clown thing?
No, but I got her a witch hat. When I first met her, I bought a witch hat for her. It was about the first thing I bought her.
I found a witch hat in an apartment years ago, and it was in the back of my truck for the longest time. I mean, in the cab behind the seat. And I tried giving it to people, and nobody ever wanted it. So I eventually just threw it away. Nobody wanted it. And it's like, it's a witch hat. Come on. You're going to use it at least once a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wanted it.
Brother John is having a
Hangaween.
Hangween
Hangaween.
Hangaween or some shit.
Yeah, he has it every year.
I'm planning on going to that.
Hangaween. Is that what it is?
I'm gonna dress up like something.
Uh,
I like New Year's Day myself. That way you can put this lousy fucking year you just had behind you and look forward to the next one. All the holidays are over. Back to business. January 2nd.
yeah. I mean, that's the only thing to me is there's too many damn holidays.
Got that right.
Yeah, that kind of thing. That's really the bigger issue. But.
Well, I'm partial to Halloween myself. Thanksgiving means nothing to me, nor Christmas. Or Valentine's Day, I couldn't care less about that either. July 4th, not really. I don't really celebrate. And she feels the same way.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just too many damn holidays. I mean, it's kind of like I know people like just like my daughter. She'll go somewhere where she can watch the fireworks kind of thing on New Year's Eve or 4th of July kind of thing.
Yeah.
She's young enough where that's still exciting to her and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know, if I went out and did it, I'd want to just find something to blow up and just, yeah.
Something to set on fire. Huh?
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, if it's kind of like it's similar to sports in that you know, I own a motorcycle and I could sit and watch motorcycle racing all day, or I can get on my bike and go have fun. You know, well, you know, if 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 I can't do anything else, I mean, you know, sure, I can step out the front door and watch all the neighbors shoot off fireworks or whatever. I'm not going to a special event or specifically paying a lot of money and going too far out of my way for it, because it's more fun if you're doing it yourself. And you know, you and a bunch of your friends get together and go blow shit up. I mean, you know, you know, but it's sort of like, you know, if you're not personally involved with it, it's just not that big a deal to me.
Well, last time I went to watch fireworks was back in the 90s, and we almost got in a fight. Somebody over a parking space. I told my wife at the time, I said, I'm not doing this shit anymore. I don't give a damn about the fireworks.
Yeah, and thing is, I mean, when my daughter was younger, I did. We lived out country, and you know, would buy some fireworks, and you know, but that's because she was, you know, it was before she was a teenager, basically. You know, she was young enough where it was exciting and everything to her, sure, you know. And I think that's the last time I bought it, which would have been maybe early 90s.
Yeah.
That's about it. We already lived in the country, so we didn't have to go too far to get them.
Yeah.
But you know, I wouldn't have even bothered if it wasn't for that. And most of what I bought, I can't remember what they call them now, because it looks like a firecracker, typical old little firecracker. But when you light them and throw them on the ground, they spin around.
Yeah.
Bounce.
Yeah.
I forget what you call them, but you know, I would buy mainly those because you're less likely to have them blow up in your hand, kind of thing, with kids and stuff, and you know, or buy things that you light and walk off from and just watch them go up in the air, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, even Roman candle, you just, you know, punch a hole in the ground and drop it in there and just watch it go off.
Yeah.
Just something because kids get excited by it.
I know when I was a kid, all of us had those, like, damn, short, little things you hold in your hand that they look like dynamite, but they're real small. What do you call them? And you light them up.
Roman candle?
Yeah, something like that. Everybody had them.
Yeah, where it'd shoot off like 10 shots or something out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those were cool, stuff like that. And we'd buy smoke bombs because they were funny, but we didn't actually use them until the next day or so.
Mm-hmm.
And the most fun you could have with, you know, traditional black cats or something like that was to, like, you know, throw them all in a pile and light them all at once. Let them go crazy.
Yeah.
They sound really good in a 55-gallon drum, actually.
I know the word I'm looking for. Firecracker.
Yeah, just like a regular black cat.
Yeah, you lit them, and if you didn't throw that thing away, it would hurt. It burn the shit out of your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
have them, but it seemed like all the kids had them.
Yeah, and when I was a kid, a lot of the houses had cedar shake roof, and that's when they started outlawing bottle rockets.
Yeah.
Because a few people were really freaking idiots with them. I mean, I knew kids who would shoot them at each other. And when a bottle rocket hits the end of its run and blows up, it's worse than having a firecracker go off in your hand.
Uh-huh.
It's a pretty big boom. It's not giant, but still it's enough. But people were also careless with them. You know, houses got caught on fire, crap like that.
Yeah.
So they started outlawing them. And of course, in most places, there'll be that one idiot who decides it's a good idea to take his, rifle and shoot it up in the air, and that's just, that's someone who needs to do a little bit of time and get some education.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, and just like the fireworks thing, I got over that. When I was a kid, we'd do stupid shit. And then when my daughter was younger, it was kind of an exciting thing for her, and that was about it. She still goes and sees the displays, but she doesn't actually go buy fireworks and do it themselves.
It's just
A lot of the laws and regulations around them have gotten really bizarre,
yeah.
really strict. There's a town, it's out on the opposite side of San Antonio, where people from San Antonio have to drive through that town to get out of town to be able to get to fireworks stands and buy fireworks. But that town passed an ordinance, it's illegal to even transport fireworks through their town.
Yeah.
So they wait until people are going out there to buy them, and they just start pulling everybody over. And it's kind of one of those weird things about the what do they call reasonable suspicion crap and all that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They would say, well, we saw you driving out, and then you turn around and drive back. You had to have just gone out to get fireworks, which is kind of an assumption that you can't necessarily make. But anyway, but that gets into all the weird stop and frisk and bullshit like that.
Well, they always find ways around all that. They're gonna do it in fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like no form of prohibition of any type has ever worked.
Nope.
The best they do at it all is make money off it.
Oh yeah.
That's about it.
Most people love fireworks, and so they're gonna see it one way or the other. And they're gonna make their own.
So when's Brother John having that thing?
I think it's Halloween night.
Halloween night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything on his channel in like a couple of years or something.
Yeah. He usually does I've seen him doing the Halloween thing. What's the weather over there, Lucy?
What's that?
What's the weather over there? Texas?
I don't know. It got hot today. Actually, I was going to look and see how bad it's going to be next few days. I know we're in the 90s today,
Man.
low 90s.
When does it start cooling off?
Hopefully quick.
Oh yeah.
I need to freaking shut up with.
Yeah.
I also don't like cold weather either though, but I'm really tired of this. According to what they say, tomorrow should be 93, the next day 91. Ooh, the next one's next one high 79 Thursday, from what they say here, but that's because there's a 50% chance of rain.
Okay.
So,
Does it usually cool off at night during that time of year?
Yeah. I mean, like tonight, 69. Not really cool, depending on what area, country you live in.
It was probably cool for there, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, it would have been a lot cooler.
Yeah.
But it's all changed.
You don't get any snow, do you?
Nah, it's pretty rare. I mean, usually when we get it, it doesn't stick. It's just, and it's only every few years or so it'll get kind of slushy.
Yeah.
Although we've had a couple of times where, I mean, last time we had like 3 inches that stuck a few years ago. I don't know. I don't know what year that was. And then we had before that, I think in my daughter's lifetime, we've had 2 times where it snowed and stuck, which is not really normal for us. And then I know when she was just a few months old, we got a foot of snow and it stuck, which is really weird.
Uh-huh.
Back in early 1985.
Okay.
But when you go north up to Dallas area, they get snow every year.
Yeah. We might get one good snow a year that'll stick for a couple of days and
Yeah.
it clears up. I mean, the last winter, it might have been the winter before that. It was mild as shit all winter. It didn't get cold until really April. Then it got new.
Well, it's just like this. I mean, this last year, I bought this motorcycle that I'm driving last October, and I drove it all the way through winter. I mean, I've only driven my truck half dozen times on days where it rained real bad and stuff like that. So I mean, I think our low through the winter last year was just like 45 or something. I mean during daytime hours where I went to work, whatever. The low for the night might have got a little cooler, but not much. Pretty mild.
Yeah.
Which means we may end up freezing our ass off this year.
Never know.
Yep.
I don't mind snow. It's the ice. It's sweet. The freezing rain that I dread. Because it just makes everything slick,
Yeah, it just makes it a pain in the ass in general.
Yeah. And the trail's going to work one year and the road is ice. And she had to drive like 60 miles to get there one way. And she got about maybe 10 miles down the road and she went in a ditch.
I went down a 15-foot embankment.
15-foot embankment.
Damn.
And luckily she called her daddy and he went over there. It was
I was talking to him while it happened and he heard all the glass. He heard everything happen and he heard it get dead quiet. And I cannot believe, after I could not find my damn phone, I cannot believe that I actually had the reception to pick him up from wherever that phone was. I could hear him clear as a bell, and it sounded like the phone was on speaker.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they got her out of the ditch, and on top of that, she got a ticket.
And I didn't do no damage to nobody's property.
You had a ticket for sliding off the road?
Yeah, sliding off the road.
Yeah, didn't damage anybody's property. Nothing but my shit got tore up. And there won't even another car on the road.
See, I don't understand that kind of crap. You know that's one of the libertarian views about victimless crimes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a confusion with a lot of people of what a crime is. A crime is breaking a law. It doesn't mean the law is proper or legitimate. It's a good. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a good law. And technically it may be illegal to drive on the median, but if you did it unintentionally and nobody got hurt, it's like, no harm, no foul, you know.
That fucker told me that because he got called to come out there, he had to write me a ticket for something.
And he told you how to get out
Then
of it.
told me what I needed to do to get out of it.
Yeah,
So just a pain in the ass on top of all that.
yeah. Well, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't understand some of that stuff because it's like, I mean, we have too many damn laws. This gets into a bigger deal as far as what they classify as felonies. And the way I mean, just the fact that they can make their money off us. Okay, number one, he was already being supported through tax money to begin with, or he wouldn't have been available to drive out there. A lot of police departments, especially county or state patrols, they spend their time driving around making sure. I mean, you never know, you might run across where someone went off the road and needs help. Well, you're a tax-paid employee, and that's the reason you drive around if you're not actually doing something else. Patrolling, basically. That's the reason for patrolling, is to help keep the peace if necessary and get emergency services, because I mean, you never know, he could have just as well run across you off the side of the road and had you been knocked out and unconscious. So I don't understand why he's already being paid on the tax thing and he has to justify it with a ticket. That's just fucking stupid.
Yep.
Well, I guess she figured she shouldn't have been out because of the ice, but her job required her to be there. So I don't know. Fucked up.
And that's when you want to kind of ask them, okay, if I didn't go to my job, they would fire me and I would be on welfare. Do you want to support me on welfare, or you want me to go to work? Fucking idiot.
Hard question.
Yeah, because, me working in healthcare, I was considered to be an essential employee. So I had to be there.
Yeah, it's just like in areas where you have really severe storms and they say only essential employees come to the hospital type crap. You hear about this in movies and crap all the time. Okay, when they say that, the orderly is not an essential,
No.
and the janitor is not an essential. But anything that does direct medical care, and it's quite obviously emergency care, but the emergency care support team as well, and it's not just the emergency care doctor that matters. It's all the support team. Everything, like when I had pneumonia, the guy who came and gave me my breathing treatment, woke me up for a couple hours, did that thing. He is considered essential care because it's necessary. It's a necessary thing, even though it's not like he's a doctor who's sewed my head back on. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. And a misunderstanding is what essential care is, but anyway, it's stupid that he would even do that. I mean, ticket you for shit like that. Now I know when I was younger, I got a lot of tickets. But the one reason is I didn't have a driver's license. So every time I got pulled over, I automatically got 2. The other thing is just being a stupid kid. But there are a couple of situations where I was pulled over just to be harassed because I was young.
Right.
And, you know, that's going to happen. I mean, we try to weed out our biases as much as we can and try to be, you know, like under the law, the fact that we're to be treated as though we're equals, whether we are you know, in other words, I can't necessarily do your job, but under the law, we're treated as equals, that type thing. But there are biases that get in there, and the job of an officer, a judge, or anything involved in there, to be good, you have to be able to set your biases aside. But, you know, when you're taught, like, you know, different time periods, it's always some other weird concern. It's kind of like at one time it was a heavy metal thing is making kids do violent crimes and drugs and all that, which is bullshit. The violent crimes and drugs and whatever crap was going on before and after heavy metal got here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But they looked, you know, once they propagandize something like that, then all of a sudden, like, you know, when I was really young, I had long hair when I was first on my own. And at the time, that was still viewed as, oh, he's a pothead hippie kind of crap. Which is bullshit. But, you know, they'd stop me and fuck with me anyway.
Right.
Because just making the assumption. You know, but that happens all the time. But as soon as they stopped me and talked to me, after a few minutes talking to me, they could see they had no reason to fuck with me at all. But once they stopped you, they need to make up an excuse. Okay, why did I stop this guy? I don't want to get in trouble for illegally stopping this person.
Right.
So I'll make up some bullshit, and that happens a lot, you know. But it's kind of hard to remove people's biases like that. But in a situation like that where, you know, it's like if I was driving down the road and in my truck went off the road and hit a tree, that's pretty much my problem because I will have just then destroyed my property. And the only law, I mean, that I can think of off the top of my head would be illegally driving on a median on the side of the road, which is illegal to drive in the grass, basically. Unless the tree's going to press charges. I mean, I don't know what the fuck you do with something like that, you know? Aside from that, a little compassion in regards to the fact that, oh, this poor unfortunate dude just, you know, wiped out. I mean, you know, we don't have to charge him with a crime. Maybe we should help make sure that he you know, manages to fix his truck or whatever's necessary to make sure he can still get to work and be a productive member of society. Maybe we should be concerned about that aspect of it. You know, just like your car, you know. Maybe we should be more concerned, is she okay? Is her car okay? Is she still a productive member of society? Instead of, oh, I got to justify my fucking drive. That's just fucking weird.
He was a dick.
That's just weird to me. But I mean, but there are some occasions where I got stopped by. I was driving a friend's motorcycle, and mine was broke down. And he lived in San Antonio. Mine was in San Antonio at my grandmother's house, broke down, and I borrowed his bike, ran out to Bulverde, like a 30-mile drive out of town, to my dad's property that he had there for a while. And I was headed back in town, and a county cop pulled me over out, and this is in the sticks on little tiny, weedy, little tiny back road. Well, this friend of mine's motorcycle, the exhaust on it had split the way they welded it, whatever, the way the factory did it. And it, so it was louder than it should be and everything. And you know, a cop pulled me over. He really just pulled me over to fuck with me, but he was actually a nice guy. He you know, he asked, you know, where you going, whatever kind of thing. Whatever. I said, well, you know, I just went out to see my dad, and I'm headed back in town on, you know, on a friend of mine's bike, whatever. And he was like, well, you know, because also I still didn't have a license then. And he's like, well, you know, get where you got to go, and, you know, get this piece of shit off the road until that exhaust is fixed. It, you know, it's crap. And he just let me go. But that, over time, that's become less and less the rule rather than the exception, you know? I mean, kind of like the fact when I was a kid, if you toilet papered someone's house, and even if the cops found out, you were made to go over and clean it up.
Yep.
Now, if a kid gets caught toilet papering someone's house, he goes to juvenile.
Juvie. Yep.
And I'm like, what does that teach him? That, you know, don't, I mean, like the power of the law is a threat to, is going to be a continuous threat to him. I mean, I don't understand. There's nothing there to teach the kid anything really. At that point, I don't think. I think it's much more efficient to make the kid go over to the person's house and say I'm sorry, whatever, and say, you know, I was just being a dumbass, whatever, and make him clean it up. There's, you know, all the social aspects involved with that are going to teach him a better lesson than putting him in juvenile for a month or something, and, you know, all whatever bullshit they do.
Not going to juvie is not going to make him a better person.
Nope. It'll teach them. It can teach them a lot of things, even if it's just a really short-term thing. It'll teach them to rebel more.
Yeah.
Which is a problem depending on the age. And the problem is recognizing, which unfortunately the law doesn't do real good. Rebelling is a very critical part of growing up, as far as striking out for your independence type thing. You're going to do stupid shit in the process.
Yeah.
And as long as it's not, you know, directly interfering with the life and freedoms of another, you know, and threatening, you know, seriously threatening or causing serious. If you cause serious damage, it's like, okay, well, now you owe, you know, and try to teach the person, you know, forget what they call it, whatever, you know, to, you know, be honest and settle their debts, basically, at that point. When they screw up, you know, well, now you're going to mow the guy's yard all next summer because you screwed up whatever, you know what I mean? That kind of thing, sort of. Compensate for it. Like nowadays, if you stopped without a driver's license, which I was, I mean, from the age of 14 to 19, because I didn't get my license till after I was 19. That's when I finally went down and got my driver's license, motorcycle license, which is most of what I drove. But the
Taxes. Yeah.
I had 33 traffic tickets from the age of 14 to 19.
Damn.
Because every time I got pulled over, there was an automatic ticket for no license. Nowadays, if a kid was to be driving, I mean, and I had to drive. I was young and on my own, too early, and all kinds of weird shit. Neither parent would sign for me to get anything. They wouldn't give me a hardship license because it's, you know, not recognized because I'm not. Anyway, not living with one of the parents, all this weird bullshit. So I couldn't have gotten a license if I wanted. Neither one of my parents would sign for it, so I had to wait till I was 18. And by that time, I'd so used to it, I just forgot. And then when I was 19, I finally went and got it. But nowadays, if they stop a kid like that with no license, you go to jail for driving without a license. Straight up.
Yeah,
I mean,
now, most definitely.
yeah, and it's. I think that's too strict. On a first offense kind of thing. I mean, they can look at your record and see every time you've ever been pulled over because they keep everything. So, you know, when I was first time I was ever stopped without a license, I was given a ticket, and every time, this is through my teens, this is how it happened. I'd get a ticket for speeding or a ticket for because my blinker wasn't working, whatever, on motorcycle or whatever, something. And then they would give me a ticket for no license. And then they would tell me, go straight home. Which is kind of weird. You give me a ticket for no license and then tell me to drive. But, okay. At least you're trying to be reasonable about it. I even got stopped on a dirt bike with no license plate, nothing, driving on the side of it was a small farm to market, small highway, whatever, out in the country out here. I think I was like 17 or something by then. Anyway, I was driving down the side of the highway, so I wouldn't be on the middle of the highway, or whatever, on a dirt bike, driving up to an ice house, which was like 5 miles away, just through the sticks. And cop pulled me over, and he said, and he told me, you can't drive on the side of the road. It's still state property, whatever. And, I didn't have a license and all that crap. And he was going to take my little dirt bike, throw it in the back of his car, and give me a ride home. Well, he didn't think too much. As soon as you lean that thing over, it leaks gas. So as soon as we put it in the back of his car, he said, no, and take it back out. And he said, okay, but you just go straight home. And he didn't give me a ticket or anything. But nowadays, if you're caught in a situation like that, you're going to jail. Bike's getting impounded. It's going to cost you hundreds of dollars to get the bike back.
Well, times have changed.
Yeah. Yeah, and the misconception with some of that is not every kid who goes through rebellious time, and we all go through weird times where we're a little rebellious, different things growing up, kind of striking out for your own independence, trying to figure out your place in the world, all this stuff. Sometimes it's treated, at different times, it's treated as though this one action is setting a pattern for the rest of your life, which is really wrong, because every interaction like that could be a good opportunity a good learning experience, basically, as long as it's handled properly,
Yeah.
But I don't see that they are. But so I guess Tom decided to drop out, huh?
Yeah, he said he was going to go to bed. He was tired. He just ate or finished eating right before you came on. And I think his sleep hadn't been going too well lately. And he just decided to go to bed.
I always kind of wonder, because when I see him here and there, it's like, sure, reasonable hour and sometimes a little bit late here or a little bit early. But where he is, it's got to be some really weird hour.
It is. He's like, what, 6 hours ahead of us?
Maybe 6 hours ahead, maybe 5.
Yeah, so it's, yeah. So
And he,
It's like 3 in the morning over there.
yeah, he hadn't been sleeping right. He's been sleeping like 2 or 3 times a day over there during the day, and then at night trying to stay up at night and do this, that, and the other.
He goes running at night, don't
Yeah, he goes running at night, and
yeah, I remember he said he preferred to run at night. I assume because it's cooler and less traffic and stuff, that kind of stuff.
yeah, he said that there's not, a lot of people out there, and
Yeah.
he can concentrate on what he's doing and not have to worry about getting run over and that kind of thing.
Well, I noticed as I'm getting older, if it's days, like if I had very much time off where I wasn't working, I would generally get up way too early and then take a nap for a few hours later on, and then get up and stay up late.
Well, so I can't sit in a chair without going to sleep. I can sit down and it doesn't take me 10 minutes and I'm knocked out.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the hell my problem is.
he? Blood.
And then I'm up at,
All times of night.
yeah, all times of the night.
I remember one time when I was unemployed, and I was getting unemployment stuff, which was nothing compared to a regular check of what I was making back then, especially. But
Right.
I lived cheap enough where I could manage, and I got check jobs. I mean, it was air conditioning industry, and it was wintertime, and you still do get heater calls, but being this far south, heater calls are maybe 10% of the business compared to the air conditioning side of
Right.
it. So they, one company I worked for, I got laid off, and then they rehired me when things picked back up, and then a couple of years later they laid me off again because basically what it amounted to is if they didn't have any big construction jobs, something to keep us busy through the winter, somebody ended up getting laid off.
Right.
And one time, I was laid off for so long, my hours got messed up and stuff, which is common actually. And I was driving I had a motorcycle back then, because normally when I working, I had a company service truck with me 24 hours a day. So I didn't need a vehicle, a personal vehicle. So, the only one I had was a motorcycle. But so when I was laid off, I had nothing but the motorcycle. And it was more of a cruiser. And I got in the habit of driving from out in the country where I lived at night because it was nice and cool. As long as you're not hauling ass where you're likely to hit a deer or whatever, that kind of thing. And I would putt, just kind of driving little back roads into San Antonio from small town that I was living in then. And I would go down to areas where all the freaks come out at night. I would go down to this coffee shop downtown in San Antonio. San Antonio is pretty big. It's like 50 miles across, something like that. It's really spread out. Well, I would weave my way through and stop, and I'd get myself something to eat and get a cup of coffee, and then on my handlebars I had like a little bungee cord between the handlebar risers that I could just stick a coffee cup right there in the where between the handlebar risers, and the bungee cord would hold it in place. And I would just putt around a little bit, and I'd stop, sit there, smoke a cigarette, drink my coffee. Just stop like at a closed business at night and watch the freaks go by and stuff, and drink my coffee and smoke a cigarette, And cops would drive by and look at me like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I mean, but I got in the habit of doing that because it was curious.
Right.
What do night crawlers do? You know what I mean? Anyway, some of the areas were like really weird. But anyway, it was just all the crazies who, come out at night. And a couple of areas where, they were very well known for areas that were fairly well known for, illegal drugs and prostitution and all this weird shit and everything. And, which, it's not like we don't know about that. It's just, I was just,
Seeing
bored
what
screwing.
made the world tick.
Yeah, I was just bored screwing around, and it was just, it was just weird, just kind of checking out. And I've been asked before about that type thing, like, aren't you scared kind of thing. It's like, well, no. If anything, these people would be intimidated by me, because what's this weirdo watching us for? Is he undercover cop? I mean, weird things go through people's head about that.
Right.
So, but anyway, but it was interesting.
I bet they would think that you would be like an undercover cop. They'd be afraid to.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks more suspicious if you're like, driving a motorcycle like that. It's just like now, like when I drive a motorcycle without a helmet, I wear goggles kind of thing. It looks like, I mean, it just makes you look out of place sort of weird to
Right.
them. Yeah. And the biggest thing, it's kind of like the biggest thing in regards to whether or not you're likely to be in actual danger somewhere or not, has more to do with what those, the thought processes that go through people's mind that are kind of weird like that. It's sort of like in Texas, we can, legally now on a motorcycle. I haven't actually. I was going to ask a cop about that too, and I haven't. Like, well, for one, Texas, you can carry concealed, provided your license. Well, now you can even carry in the open, for that matter, because they changed that where it's just a handgun license, not a concealed license. But being that they don't know who's licensed and who isn't, they don't know who they're dealing with at all. Anyone could pose a serious threat, and if you're living a lifestyle that's, chaotic, like, some of these people live, they're likely to be suspicious that you're armed. You know what I mean? Because who in their right mind who's not armed would be down here?
Right.
Actually crosses their mind. So you don't have to be armed. Just have the law allow for it. The other thing I never actually looked, I was going to ask a cop where I work, whatever I keep forgetting to, about the law down here, because I'm not sure about it. Like, legally, I can pack my backpack full of weapons and drive to the shooting range, and I've done that quite a few times, and I can, put a sheath on the bike to I mean, legally in Texas, you can carry a rifle with you. I mean, it may not be the brightest thing to do all the time, but you can legally.
Right.
But what I don't know is if I had a loaded pistol in my backpack, and if someone carried a loaded pistol in their backpack on a motorcycle and they didn't have a license to carry, I don't know how they would treat it, because anyone licensed to carry or not can legally throw a gun in their car
Right.
and drive around, provided it's concealed. They don't want it to, because they don't want you to be brandishing it, threatening people, basically.
Right.
Anyway, I was curious about this fact that you're on a bike and concealment would be on your person, because the vehicle has no method of concealment. I kind of wondered how that would affect people that don't have a license. But I keep forgetting to ask.
Yeah, after I kept getting sniped on Saturday, I had invited you to come back and I never saw you again. And I thought, well, damn, I hope he didn't think that I was like shutting the shit down and didn't want him in here.
Now, my sister ended up coming out Saturday after all that crap, and hung out till the end of the day, basically, and then went back home. Sometimes she'll come out on weekend and like spend the night, kind of hang out. I have a bed set up in the house just for her to visit.
Right.
But she didn't really feel like it, so she drove back in town fairly late in the day. But yeah, that's like kind of screwed up when they do that.
Well, that's why I'm not posting the link now.
I mean, because I mean, one of those times it happened really weird.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, where someone can actually come in a room and not even
be uncovered.
Yeah, not even be presented, and kick out everybody. And apparently, it looked like, which I don't know for sure, it looked like it even kicked you.
Well, it kicked me out, and it left some of the people in the room, and I think it kicked some out.
Yeah, so I mean, and I don't know all these. I don't remember a lot of these people. I mean, I don't have the greatest memory, and so I don't know if it's like someone who was allowed in, who seemed to be okay, put a link to someone else who fully had the intent of giving a link to someone else to drop in, snipe it, and take over the room.
I don't know.
And I don't know how you would even be able to find that out, you know?
Yeah. Well,
it's just really weird that Google can't get that straight.
Yep. Well, I turned in one guy, I reported him.
Yeah.
And blocked him, I thought. And then the very next day, he came in and did the same shit.
Yeah.
So he must have created another account. And I thought, well, the only thing left that I know to do is to just not post the link anymore and just send it out. And it's a pain in the ass, but that's
Yeah.
just all I know to do.
Yeah, and the thing is that Google. I mean, as far as I know, Google still, in order to validate a channel, you have to give a phone number or something like that.
Yeah.
And I know you can't host a Hangout if you're not validated, but I don't know if you can join one if you're not validated. But I mean, so no matter what account someone has, they should be traceable to some extent by Google.
Yeah, they should be able to at least trace if all of these ones are coming from the same IP address.
Yeah, see, I don't know how good Google's handling the IP thing, because there are people who go through, like, I have a machine that runs virtual private network,
Uh-huh.
and I can also use virtual private network and a proxy, which hides a little more, which I don't bother doing because I don't really give a shit. But if I use my machine running a virtual private network, I can tell it that I'm in Ireland. Or one of the cool, I mean, and there are a few advantages to having a VPN, virtual private network connection, is that people can't trace you as good, but I would think Google would have no problem, but I don't know. I know that, like, if using virtual private network, I can go through a server that would show me as being in England, and by doing so, you're allowed access to websites that we're not allowed in America to access. Like there's some BBC channels that you can watch live in Britain that you can't watch from here.
Really?
So if you use a virtual private network to make it look where you're relaying through a computer over there, so it looks like you're there, your IP would show that you're there, then you can watch the channel live.
How much does that cost, and where can you get the shit at?
The one I'm running right now is like $40 a year or something. It's cheap.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I was talking to someone the other day, and they're saying that the VPNs are kind of like going the wayside. I don't know what we're going to do as an alternative should that happen. Like the system that I use, I know that they, I think one of the countries that they had they had servers in Russia, and Russia rated all their, well, basically they, of course, I mean the laws are different there, but they got legal right to go in and shut down all their systems. And the good thing about the system that I use, and not all, some systems keep no logs whatsoever. They don't even know. I mean, like, if someone goes in and says, I want to see who's logged in your system, so they can see who's relaying from where, sort of basically, there are no log files, you know. A lot of companies will claim that and not necessarily do that, where they could get log files, whatever. But so anyway, what I'm thinking is like, if someone logs in through Google through a VPN, I'm not sure if Google can see through that. Now I know if you go to YouTube or play a Flash video, if you run Flash video or Java, they can have software through Flash, the Flash video system or Java system, that even though it's going through a relay, it lands on your computer and carries the direct connect of your internet service provider, it grabs that as in the data that it sends back. So even if it's relayed through other systems, it delivers them your place of origin, IP. But if you're not running Java or Flash, I don't know if Google can do that. Because that's the thing is how many of these people are, techie guys that are, much more advanced than I, that are using virtual private networks and proxies and things like that. One of the things that's notorious for it is when people use the Tor browser, which is it relays through other computers, but it's free. But the trade-off, the way it does it, it could be relaying through several different server systems by the time it gets to where it's getting the data from to relay back to you.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it works is, even though it's free, it's slower, and
Right.
in the way it does it by relaying and everything. Having a virtual private network is faster. You don't lose as much speed, but you're going to lose some speed either way because you're still kind of relaying through somewhere else. But I'm sure there are other ways, more advanced ways of doing it, and but I don't know, these people that are sniping and whatever stupid shit they're doing, I don't know if they're running virtual private network stuff, whether or not there would be difficulty tracing them through that, or proxy servers, or whatever newer technology there is for it.
Well,
So,
for that VPN, is that something that you could download off of the computer, or is it something that you have to buy like a box for, or what?
now you go to their, basically, you have to install something. They give you, it's an annual fee kind of thing, like $40 a year or something. I don't know what all the different companies. I researched it a while back and decided on one, but and basically you pay a fee and download a piece of software. You load it on your computer, and it gives you a choice of locations where they own other computers that you can relay through other servers. Trying to remember the name of it now. Because I don't have it on this computer, it's on my other one. I think that's the name of the one that I was using on that other machine. Find out and make sure real quick. If the other machine's on.
Okay.
Because I don't run this other machine 24/7. Sometimes I do, but no. In fact, it has no internet access right now at all. No big deal. I just shut it down and restart the system anyway. Some of them you can lock it to where if it can't gain a secure connection through the virtual private network, it disables your internet so it doesn't accidentally connect through your standard internet when you think you're going through the VPN.
Well, will it upset your firewalls and that kind of thing?
Depends on what you've got configured. You may have to change settings in firewalls to allow it access. I'm not real sure. Because it loads device drivers on your computer like kind of like the way you load a virtual machine, sort of, but it loads sort of like it's your virtual connection, basically, sort of. Can't remember what they call it, but I'm sure there's plenty of techies out there who know all this, how to explain all this crap better. But basically, you do have to load a piece of software that will put a device driver loaded in the system. And so basically it runs as a Windows service, not as a program running, sort of.
Right.
They're kind of loud. Um, I forgot to turn the speakers down on that thing. But and it, they update it every once in a while, where you get a thing, update the software, or whatever, as they change the available network servers, and it has file encryption and stuff like that, or whatever. Like your data stream between your computer and their computer, where the relay occurs, is encrypted between you and them.
Right.
So your internet service provider doesn't even know who what you're sending through the relay. There are much more complicated ways of doing it, but I don't care to learn them. I mean, the other thing is I run it on all my machines are predominantly Windows 7. I don't know on the newer systems that are Windows 10. I don't know if there's any problems with it or not. I've never checked into it. Because so far I have an old server machine that I installed Windows 10 on, and I kind of checked it out a little bit, but I haven't even booted that machine up for a while. Because so far I'm not real fond of Windows 10 yet.
Right.
So that's a whole different argument, though. Yeah, I know a lot of people that'll have a VPN and use a Tor browser. Some will also use a VPN in combination with the Tor browser and go through a proxy server. I can't remember how you set it up, though. I mean, I've seen information about it, but going through the proxy, I don't really understand that much. I kind of, don't care to know that much about it.
Right.
So. Yeah, that name I typed in there's the right name for the system that I use.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do too much elaborate stuff on this computer. What's kind of my backup computer I use, it's a older dual core machine, but so it's not as fast and everything, but that's one I use, like the virtual private network, and I've tested running virtual machines on it, stuff like that. Just
How did you learn about computers, Bruce?
Trial and error.
You must be somebody that can pick up something and retain the information.
Yeah, not quite as sharp as I used to be, but
Well, you're pretty sharp, though.
I mean, I started off programming in the DOS days, so I learned, to program. But the programming language in general is similar to what they use now. It's just I didn't do the conversion to earlier Windows, like Windows 3.0, 3.1, 95, as it progressed, because it was too unstable, and I didn't want to have to. It was almost like every time they would release a patch for Windows, you would have to alter your program to work with it in the early days. I mean, and of course now there's pretty damn stable. Both, you know, I mean, I would not program anything for, wouldn't even consider it for Apple because of the restrictions Apple puts on their systems. But, you know, if I was doing it for, which I wouldn't get into all that stuff again now. Had I gotten into programming a little bit later, I would have been more likely to get into messing with it more on Windows systems. And that and like Linux, you know, those two. But because I learned programming in DOS, it's like when Windows was in their early years, it was like, I mean, Windows finally got to where they had kind of a marketable product when they hit version 3, and especially 3.1. And then they jumped to 95 and all that.
Yeah.
They were somewhat marketable at that point, but their updates could outdate your stuff. I didn't want to have to deal with all that crap, so I just didn't even bother. And
I
plus,
bought my first computer in 1983. It was a Texas Instrument TI 99-4A, I think. And it was like the first home computer, I think. Maybe the VIC-20 was. But I bought that thing and it had basic programming language on it. I learned to program a little bit in BASIC. That's as far as I got.
Yeah, I mean, I got in it in '88, and so people were running. Most people were running. There were still a lot of machines out there running like Windows 3.2. DOS 3.2 or 3.3, something like that.
Like GW Basic or something like that.
Yeah, and then so they'd already improved on the system to where you had better directory structures and you had, you know, double-sided disks where the really old ones were single-sided, things like that. And
the old floppy disk you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean the actual. I mean the 5 1/4 and the when I got into it, it was a fairly recent thing where they had gotten into running the high density disks, where you had the double-sided high density. I think a 5 1/4 was what was it, 1.2 meg or something? I can't remember. And then the 3.5 floppies were 1.44 meg something. Yeah, and that was right around the time that I was getting into it. And most of the programming that I learned there for doing that stuff, I mean, I started on, you know, like most people, you know, using either Basic A or GW Basic, which they run almost identically. And then I got a hold of a copy of a basic compiler, but you always had to have the runtime library that went with the compiler on the machine.
Yeah.
To run the app, you know, you had to have runtimes with it. Anyway, I kind of got into all that, and then my sister was taking college classes, learning how to program in C. And I had gotten a bunch of, from the old PC Magazine stuff, assembly code stuff. So I started messing with assembly a little bit, which is a pain in the ass. And
I heard assembly language was very hard to learn.
Yeah, it's really, assembly is just more or less a step above binary. Yeah, I mean, but the C programming they do today is not that much different from the C programming I learned, except that you'd have to know the environmental variables of Windows environments, sort of the way it runs. I mean, I suppose you could write a system that would, you know, jump to command shell, which is not the same as running in DOS. It's a shell loaded over Windows, sort of. It's kind of weird. Anyway, it's more complicated to get into that now. And in fact, recently, me and my sister were looking at an old program we wrote that we were thinking about converting to a Windows platform or Linux, one or the other, if not both. But haven't really, of course, working a job and whatever, all this other crap too. Don't have a lot of time. But I'm not sure if I want to do it in C or if I want to do it in because it was originally written in C. This program, it's just a calendar type program, and it's just kind of like a challenge for something to do, basically challenge yourself type thing. That's the only reason we wrote it to begin with. And but I don't know if I want to do it in C or Java. I don't know how much. Haven't researched how much difference there is in it.
Yeah.
And actually, I probably won't do. I mean, me and my sister, what we did, like, she took care of the math that handles, all the mathematical layout of how the calendar dates go. And we tested it back then, where you could, page forward all the way through. I mean, it's a full page calendar is what it is, and you can enter data on it and stuff. But which is nothing. I mean, you can get those for free now, but
Yeah.
it's just the challenge of doing it. And we tested it before back in '98 or so, because all the BS about Y2K scare bullshit.
Yeah.
And so we just start advancing it in years, and then try to enter data, and then go back and forth and test it and have no problems. I've loaded it up since then. It's still no problem. I mean, so the program still works. It's just that it's DOS. How many people have DOS machines?
But didn't the early Windows version have a DOS, MS-DOS shortcut?
Well,
DOS.
Well, when you first got Windows, like Windows 3.0, 3.1, Windows 95, they were just programs that ran on top of DOS.
Yeah.
But when you got to Windows 98, now DOS was integrated into Windows, where you had to go to a command shell.
Yeah.
And if you ever get someone call you, say that something wrong with your computer, and we're tech support, and they tell you to hit Control R, that's trying to get you to run the command shell, so they can remotely access your computer to fix the problem you supposedly have, so that they can create a problem by accessing it remotely and screw up your computer.
Yeah, I've heard of such things happening.
Yeah, well,
Because that's usually how I refresh on Google. Would I need to stop doing it that way?
nah. Well, it's not Control R. It's the Windows key R is the thing to run to call up a command shell. The thing about it is, yeah.
Prompt up there anymore. There's no way to get to DOS.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is, now when you go to what they can call a DOS prompt, you're actually opening a command shell, which, it's like if you hit the Windows key and hit R, a little window pops up and you type in CMD, and basically you're running DOS on top of Windows. But by doing so, you have access to more power in the machine to get to the more of the workings of behind Windows, sort of, provided you know what you're doing. Anyway, the DOS system, disk operating system, got so integrated into Windows in '98 that you couldn't separate them anymore.
Yeah.
because from that point on, you'll hear people say, "Well, did they have?" They'll call it like DOS 7.0. Well, there was never a DOS 7.0. What it is it's the command shell out of Windows 98 or something like that. DOS quit. The last version of DOS was 6.22. And you know, when I set up, I have a couple of machines set up for DOS here because I still have my old programs on it, crap like that. Not that I use them much, but they're all set up on DOS 6.22.
Okay.
But yeah, it's you can't separate the disk operating system from Windows anymore. I mean, you can make a DOS bootable disk more or less, like a CD, make it bootable to where it'll boot up in a command shell, but it's just same thing as when you reboot your computer and it messes up and it'll ask you want to boot the command line or not.
Well, the Trail bought a new computer recently, and it's a laptop, right? And they don't even have a disk drive on them anymore.
Yeah, because they think everything's, yeah, I know.
Cloud, yeah.
Yeah, everything's through flash drive, through or you download from the internet. I mean, almost any program you want to buy, you can buy through the internet, download it. You don't have to get a physical disk anymore.
Yeah.
So they kind of
don't like that. I guess it's just changing the times, you know.
It's kind of weird. Although I do have an external on it comes in handy on some machines. I have an external Blu-ray drive.
Yeah.
It's just a standard Blu-ray disc drive that you'd put in a regular computer, like the
Well,
CD
I
drive,
heard
whatever.
that, Blu-ray and DVDs, they're about to go out now. I mean, like the VCR did.
Yeah,
So everything's going to be digital.
yeah. I mean, it's like in fact, it's getting to where it's really hard for me to set up some machines to run on DOS because they're eliminating all the media that you would normally transfer from a standard machine from a modern machine into a DOS machine because DOS doesn't recognize USBs.
Yeah.
Now there's a little driver that you can put in DOS to force it to recognize a USB drive, but I haven't tested it, so I don't know if it really works. But that's getting into complicated crap that nobody would ever. I mean, very few people are going to do.
Well, I'm afraid you had a bunch of DVDs, right? I'm afraid you're not going to be able to buy a DVD player after a while.
Yeah, what a lot of people
VCR, no.
What a lot of people do is they just take their just like years ago when we got into where CD drives in computers got really common, and the software got better and better and better. Where basically, like what I did with all my DVDs and my CDs, I just burn them into the computer. I mean, copy them all into the computer. You have to have software to do it, whatever. Especially with DVDs, it's not as easy to do. You need third-party software. CDs are pretty easy, but and copy them into computer and just save them on a hard drive.
Yeah, I've got all my music on digital, but
yeah, DVD.
I've never done that. You know.
DVDs are harder because some of them have protective encodings because they were worried about people making copies of them and all that crap. Especially anything made by Walt Disney makes it much more difficult. Yeah, so it can be done though, but you have to buy software designed to do it. Because what it is, they didn't want people making copies of it because you don't have a legal right to give a copy of what you bought to someone else. You can loan your copy or give your copy to someone else, but you can't make multiple copies. That's has to be in use at one place at one time, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's software out there that more or less will play the movie in high speed and record it into a data file, whatever kind of data file. I assume, I mean, MPEG or MP4 or something like that. And that's what a lot of people do is they just buy software. Just like if you had any old VCRs and a player, you play it through RCA jack input that converts it to digital.
Right.
Same idea. Yeah, because it's getting to the point where eventually, all media is going to be digital. When you buy a movie, it's going to be something you download, not something you or something you buy rights to stream. Which I kind of have a problem with things that you buy rights to stream anytime you want, because you're not assured that you're always going to have a good network connection to do it. So I think it's better to have it where you're actually downloading and saving a copy locally if you're going to be buying it like that.
Yeah, I think it's better to have an actual copy of the movie or whatever, instead of just being digital.
Because if you put it straight to your computer, I mean, eventually you're going to upgrade your computer.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you buy external hard drives and save your data to external hard drives. I mean, a lot of people don't do that, though. I mean, like
Flash drive.
Yeah, see, I've got a bunch of external hard drives. Generally, most of them aren't big enough to matter, so I just copy things on them when I want to. Like, it's because files are getting so big. It's hard to give things like to friends or whatever, pictures of tons of photos or whatever the hell you're giving to friends. Hey, check this out, whatever, all this, or share with family photos and that you scan and all this crap. Files are getting so big that you can't really fit them on flash drives very easily, and flash drives operate slower than external hard drives.
Yeah, I've got a couple of flash drives that have like 20 gigs of space on it, and it's no bigger than my thumb, really.
Yeah, I mean, flash drives are kind of slow. They're getting better, but
yeah,
external hard drives are better. And of course, what everyone's eventually going to, at least the way things look right now, eventually you'll have external solid state drives, which is similar. The memory in them seems similar to a flash drive, the way they work, but they're much faster.
Yeah.
So, the thing is, right now they're too expensive to use as external drives. Anybody who's using a solid state drive nowadays, most people are only using them like I don't know, probably 6 months or a year ago. I updated my primary hard drive that my system boots on to a solid state drive, so it boots faster and runs faster. The basics.
Well, I'm sure the price will come down as like it has everything else.
Yeah. I mean, the price came down a ways before I bought mine, and because they've been around for a while.
Yeah.
But but yeah, they're gonna. I mean, all this stuff's gonna get cheaper eventually anyway. It's just kind of the way it goes.
I mean,
but yeah,
DVD player when it first came out, that was like $500-600.
Oh yeah, it's like
for less than $100 or whatever, $50.
Yeah. I mean, that is one of the kind of a pain in the asses though. If if all you're doing is running modern, you know, I mean, continuing to stay up with modern stuff, then you just transfer all your stuff. Every time they outdate one format, then you have to, you know, convert all your stuff to a different format. I mean, to most people, it's not that big a pain in the ass because not very many people save their DOS programs. But I keep stuff dating way back.
Yeah.
Which makes it harder. But as far as like, you know, it's getting to the point where buying DVDs just like the VHS thing and all that, that's all going to be outdated to the point where when you buy something, you just download it. I mean, that's why they don't even bother putting CD drives in computers anymore. Laptops especially. And basically, so if you have a laptop and you want to use something that's on DVD or CD, you have to get an external drive to hook up to it. Yeah. It's just like I still use, not very often, but it's a USB floppy drive for 3.5. Because I still have data that's on 3.5. But that, of course, whenever I access that data, because it's basically from DOS days type stuff, I have to turn off my virus protection because it'll recognize everything on those disks as a virus. Because low-level programming is not allowed nowadays, basically.
Not good. You don't want to turn off your antivirus.
Son of a bitch.
Because otherwise, I mean, it'll wipe out anything that it sees as low-level programming, and because it assumes it's, you know, a virus. Kind of weird. So. Did someone call me a son of a bitch?
No, I was just looking at this. I pulled up that site that you were telling me about.
Oh, yeah.
It's telling me exactly what my IP address is, exactly who my internet provider is, what it's coming through.
Oh, yeah. I have a machine set up where I can ping your machine remotely and tell you where you are. I mean, it doesn't give me a precise address, but it tell me. I don't have it on in these regular computers. It's on my Linux computer.
Yeah.
And it's an operating system. It's a version of Linux specifically designed for doing that kind of stuff. I just tested it out of curiosity to see, you know, how hard it was to do, and it's actually pretty easy if people are really into that stuff, where they can backtrack through a ping. It's not always successful, but you know.
Yeah, because it even tells you some of the systems that can be used to access your information and like dox you kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a
Firesheet, Kismet, Wireshark.
Yeah, Wireshark's real common.
It said they are just a few of the several readily available free applications that allow data snoopers to potentially gain unauthorized access to your accounts, pictures, messages, and more.
Well, they can't really do it as easily as it sounds. That's a typical scare tactic marketing, but it doesn't mean the software is not useful. A lot of people get a VPN to protect their they think they're protecting their credit card numbers and all that kind of crap when they're online.
Right.
And that doesn't really do it. I mean, it helps hide your location in the world. It doesn't really do that much for all your data, because if you log on a website and you enter your data in there, what happens your identity is not stolen the way people think it is. Basically, most data that's stolen is because somebody went to some site. Went into a server room or got access to your computer and put a little loaded a little program on your computer. There are systems on the internet that, your virus protection, things like that, and Spybot, things like that, will recognize as no, you don't want this shit on your computer because it's intended to record your keystrokes, things like that.
Right.
Like that. Those are all pretty well blocked by Spybot and antivirus and things like that. That's, the VPN is more for like protecting your location information, stuff like that. And there are legitimate reasons for doing it, but there are also people also use it for just like what I was saying earlier. Like if someone's going through a VPN or a proxy server in order to do their sniping stuff, I don't know if Google can find them because it's like being behind it's not really a firewall, but it might as well be. You know what I mean? Where tracing someone's location and getting their actual IP is more difficult through a virtual private network or a proxy server.
Right.
And that's kind of the idea. Whenever we come up with something, it's kind of like, now for marketing purposes, all companies will use scare tactics. But these kind of things, like Wireshark and things like that, unless you allow a connection to your computer, they're not going to get shit,
Let's say, like, if you go, like, say, at the hospital, or if you're at some internet cafe or whatever, it can help protect you.
Yeah. What it does is it's the way it works for that's if you're on any open Wi-Fi system, like a public Wi-Fi system,
Right.
You're always at risk on a public Wi-Fi system because anybody could be sitting there with a laptop just getting all the IPs that are connected to that Wi-Fi hotspot, sort of.
Right.
And they can snoop on the data going through. It's not as easy as it sounds, but it can be done. And what they're talking about is because if you're running a VPN and you're going through a Wi-Fi hotspot, the data, when it leaves your computer before it goes through, when it's transmitted through the Wi-Fi system as well as through the internet, until it hits their server, it's encrypted.
Right.
That is a selling point, but it only pertains to when you're on a public Wi-Fi connection. Of course, it's just like me sitting in my house. Every once in a while, I'll log into my router just to see who's connected to it, to make sure that my neighbors aren't tapping into it, because they can steal your speed because it's fairly easy to crack a Wi-Fi system. Not to access my computer, that'd be much harder to do through my router. But I only use Wi-Fi because I have a cell phone, and it saves me data when it connects that way. I don't use Wi-Fi for anything else in the house. But because I do have Wi-Fi here, if I had a neighbor who knew enough about it and ran there's programs you can load on mainly Linux systems do it better. And they just will randomly test for all the available Wi-Fi systems in their area, and they just start testing random passwords. There are common sequences they trust. Anyway, they'll test, and you just let it sit there and run for a week and not touch it, and then go back and it'll save in a text file and say, okay, I found this Wi-Fi system with this password, worked, this one, and it's not that they can access all my systems in my house. It's that they can get internet for free, which means they're slowing down my system.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that. That's usually the main reason for protecting your Wi-Fi at home, is so people don't use it for free, which slows down everything you do. but public Wi-Fi systems are always a risk because anybody, I mean, anyone who walks into Starbucks or whatever location that has it, anyone can sit in the parking lot and access it. I mean, anywhere close enough to get it. And those are the ones where they're catching it on the Wi-Fi side of it, not on the actual, not through your internet service provider type side of it. That's a Wi-Fi snooping is a different thing, sort of. But the bigger thing about it to me is the fact that there's content that's not allowed in America, or not allowed in depends on where you're at. If you live in China, you need a VPN or you can't see hardly anything.
Right.
They restrict almost everything. So the only way to do it is to have a VPN that you connect through. Then you can watch stuff and basically select a server location that shows you to be in the UK or wherever you want to, like that. Funny, there are no VPN servers in North Korea.
Imagine that.
I wonder why. Although that is a lot of what North Korea does. They try to fuck with the rest of the world a lot of times in order to steal. Just like I wouldn't doubt if they're doing the same thing as a lot of the companies out of India that would let you know, hey, something's wrong with your computer, and you're like, well, how'd you detect that? My computer's not even on.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that crap. I wouldn't doubt if North Korea is doing things like that too. We've found that there have been counterfeit, and this happens all the time throughout history, where like Germany was counterfeiting other people's money back in World War II. Well, I have no doubt that North Korea is counterfeiting someone else's money as well. I mean, governments do that too. They'll also do things like, try to hack into other people's systems, and, if they can possibly do it, get a credit card. Same thing as people that check your mail to get that credit card thing that you would normally throw in the trash, and then they'll get the credit card and run a bunch of crap up on it. Same type scam, only it's done online. But it's not as easy. It's not as easy as it sounds.
We do a lot of shredding. It's tedious. Have you ever seen that picture of North Korea at night from a satellite? See how dark it is compared to everything else? Just no lights whatsoever.
Yeah, I think they own 4 light bulbs.
And they're all at his place.
I've watched some pretty good documentaries. Some of them are kind of old, but about people traveling to North Korea.
I don't know why they do it. It's crazy. You're asking for it.
Yeah, I mean, because North Korea, North Korea has an interest in the propaganda they can generate from visitors, which is the only reason they allow visitors at all. But every documentary I've seen about that, I just saw one recently. It was a couple of comedians.
Yeah.
That are Dutch. I can't remember. Well, you remember? I can't remember what it's called, but it's actually kind of funny, but kind of sad.
It pissed him off.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's just like the lady who was their handler, sort of a lot of the time. You could tell by her expression
She was.
I mean,
yeah.
this wasn't. I don't believe she actually believed what she said. It's just that she had to.
She had to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if not, you die.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So, you know, we'll never know the numbers of people that believe the crap that they feed them versus the numbers of people who know different and just can't get away from it.
Well, I'm sure it'd be a weird experience going there because it's strange.
Yeah, I mean, there was just like when they're driving down the streets of their, you know, model city.
Yeah. Pyongyang.
They're the only car on the road,
Yeah.
and they don't recognize there's a problem with it.
And then they got grocery stores set up that have
Dummy.
cardboard.
Yeah, and there, I saw one time where it was actually the window was actually painted from the inside to look like it had stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, crap like that, and they'll put plastic fruit and shit like
Mhm.
that. Yeah,
Mhm.
and now they're not in as bad a famine as they were through the 90s. Basically, they were. It was bad, but they're still not doing good. There's no way to run it. You can't run a country like that. I mean,
All the imports from China, don't
yeah, and that's the only thing that kind of saves their ass since Russia fell. Where the Soviets fell and everything, is that China is their ally. I mean, which is unfortunate because if someone goes to the trouble to the only way to sneak across is through China, and if you sneak across into China and the Chinese catch you, they send you back.
And then you know you're gonna die.
Yeah, and if they don't kill you, they will take you and 3 generations beyond all to prison camps and shit like that. I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, you know, that's one thing Christopher Hitchens said about North Korea that is kind of funny but sad at the same time. It's the only country ever run as a necropsy because their leader is dead.
Yeah, they're worshiping the old man, the grandfather.
Yeah, yeah. He's still technically ruler of the country, even though he's dead.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck, man. You know. Anyway, I mean, and I don't know how long they can continue. It depends on what happens with China, because China's gotten one hell of a taste of capitalism. So I don't know what China's going to do in the future, and North Korea is pretty dependent on what China does in that regard.
Yeah.
If China changes too much, it'll take a long time for China to change, but they've already gotten a taste of it. If they change too much, North Korea is pretty much screwed.
Yep.
So, because they're totally dependent on that connection, on having. That's the only ally they have. That saves their ass. So.
I think they lost a lot of support when the Soviet Union broke apart, and I think Russia, the Soviet Union were supporting North Korea too.
Yeah, I mean that all of their equipment, their military equipment, at one time was all Russian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean.
And when the communists failed there, they just, they told Cuba and North Korea to take a hike without giving you any more assistance.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not a sustainable system.
No.
No matter what you do with it. I mean, it's actually not even that big a landmass. It's not as big as you'd think.
Yeah.
I've heard it compared to areas of the United States, but I don't remember how big it is. But I know it's not very big.
You know, Korea isn't that big to start with. Just a peninsula.
Yeah. And
Found it in the middle. So,
yeah. The unfortunate thing about it is that, and the same thing happens with a lot of countries, is that there's no way to, like if you could get into North Korea, and well, for one, there's a lot of problems with it. Even if the leadership was to, or you know, all the oppressors basically in the leadership were to go away, you need, for one, there's a lot of people who actually believe the propaganda because they live it every day there. So you still have that, kind of like after the Second World War, it was at least 3 years there were still snipers that didn't know the war was over.
yeah.
You know, on the German side, people think, you know, and none of this is neat and clean. But how do you save the people? I mean, without devastating them at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we've seen this over and over through history. There's just not a good way to save the people without devastating them as well. It's a mess. I mean, and North Korea is an extreme case.
Yeah.
Because unlike, I mean, even Germany through the Second World War, there were a lot of Germans who didn't like that shit. You know? And a lot of them took really serious risks that they would have been killed for had they been caught during that time. Just trying to protect people, some leaking information out and different things, just because it was obviously not sustainable.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm pretty sure if North Korea develops a working missile with a delivery capability, I mean, basically that's a death sentence. If they launch missiles at with Japan, South Korea, California, they're gone. They're done.
yeah, and the thing about it is like, we're pretty good at intercepting these things nowadays. Not perfect,
Yeah.
but we're pretty good. We have some pretty good missile systems that are designed for intercepting such things, and we're not perfect though. So it's not like one couldn't get through. But we're better than we used to be. But the thing about it is then you say they launch one, and as it goes out across the ocean, we destroy it. Okay? There's going to be some fallout, and there's going to be some problems with it, because I don't know that you would stop it without the warhead going off. But even if you got extremely lucky and the warhead didn't go off, and it just sank to the bottom of the sea, and you destroyed it in transit, no other side effects. Well, now you've got a problem to confront, that you have a country that is known to be armed and aggressively launch an attack against another nation. Well,
Could trigger World War III, where even if they don't get their missile through, that's still a declaration of war right there. And I don't know how we would respond to that, whether it be nuclear or whatever, invasion from South Korea. But anyway, then the Chinese would jump in on the side of North Korea, and then you got the whole, which you had in 1950.
Yeah, I'm not as sure that China will jump into it though, because
Well, they think twice about it, I'm sure.
yeah, I mean, it's not like they wouldn't consider it. I'm not real sure that they would, because basically the rest of the world is China's meal ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, without them marketing to the rest of the world, including us, they cannot sustain themselves without that.
I
You know?
think probably what they would do is try to beg us not to retaliate, and that they'll take care of the situation.
Yeah, and my guess is, I mean, I don't know. I would think there would be some kind of a thing where, well, they've already shown aggression directly against us. You know, so I don't know if I couldn't see anyone trying to do it. I mean, I'm sure the UN would be involved, but I don't think they would actually allow UN troops to run around North Korea to do inspections and say, hey, we're going to make sure that you're not a danger to the rest of the world, and as long as you're not, we'll allow you to survive. I don't see them allowing that. I'm not sure how that would be handled. And one of the bigger problems is, I mean, the country's not that big. We could pretty much, even without nuclear weapons, we could annihilate the place pretty easily. There's enough ordnance around the world.
Send the carrier group over there. That's all you take, really.
Yeah. The only problem with it is it's kind of like trying to cut out the cancer without injuring the healthy cells.
Yeah.
How do you? Because the people of North Korea, you don't want to just go. I mean, like there were situations in history where we caused devastation to masses of population because we had no other means. We didn't have smart bombs, to put it lightly. And even smart bombs aren't that smart. But we have no way to separate out the people that would be a threat to those and try to re-educate the people as to the fact that no, you know, this technology from 1950s isn't all that fabulous. We've gone far beyond that because there are North Koreans who don't know that, you know. They're still living in this bubble.
Well, I'm thinking if North Korea decided to launch a missile, they would simultaneously invade the South, trying to catch them off guard. I don't know.
I mean, if they were to do something like that and cross that line, there's already rules in place. You cross that line, you're done.
Yeah.
You head south, you're done. I mean, you know, there's very strict rules about crossing that line.
It's amazing that armistice has held as long as it has.
Yeah. And, you know, as soon as, I mean, basically, as soon as they cross that line, even in accordance with the, you know, all the UN agreements and all the agreements that we've had about that type thing, as soon as they cross that line with military force, they're done. I mean,
oh yeah,
you know, I mean, you know, launching a missile across to us would not actually be. I mean, it wouldn't, as long as it could be intercepted and stopped, it wouldn't be as an aggressive immediate attack as them crossing that line because there's set rules on that. That line is an extremely strict and serious line. Just the way it was handled and everything, and the way the you know, the old Geneva Convention stuff, the UN stuff that's gone on since. Yeah,
but you never know what Kim Jong-un is going to do. I mean, what's going on in his mind? He might actually think he could win a war.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah.
China beg us, please don't retaliate. We will take care of Kim Jong-un once and for all. You know.
I mean, it depends on what's. The biggest thing is depends on whether or not he actually, or any whoever else is running it in there, whether he actually thinks China would take his side and go against and fight against the South Koreans.
Yeah, I think it would be a little different story now. It's not 1950 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, China has changed. They've got enough taste of capitalism and they're also dependent on capitalism, that they can't just tell us to go screw yourself, or tell UK and Japan. They can't just say go screw yourself anymore,
Yeah.
because their financial system's dependent on us.
Yeah. The world is more interlocked than it used to be.
Yeah, so, I don't know. In fact, I don't know. There are other areas of the world that are still a mess, just like, Iraq, Iran, things like that, for
Yeah.
different reasons. But, the North Korea is just one of the extreme oddities of an example.
Yeah, they're so unpredictable. You don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, because the majority of the people don't even know much about what's going on in the world. I mean, they
Yeah.
have limited information.
Yeah.
Even when information is smuggled in, it's not that much. And the average peasant can't relate to the outside world, even if they were shown it.
Well, I think these people that go over there to visit, they are kept away from the population. That's why they have that. What do you call it? That,
Yeah, they're handlers and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. And in fact,
The population.
that hotel. There's a hotel there that they stay on. It's on an island in a river.
And I can imagine that hotel room, those hotel rooms are bugged like shit.
Hell,
Oh hell yeah, yeah. They're fucking. They're like, the old like the way Russians used to be paranoid
Yeah.
about that. Rightfully so in some cases, but there's no way you can bug everybody's room.
Yeah.
But in a situation where you have control like that, you can. That's different.
I would make sure I ate something where I didn't do nothing but fart the whole time that I was in there.
Well, that's one of the weird things too. Is if you've seen any of these videos where people go there and visit, and of course they're very restrictive on what you do and don't film, and there are certain things they definitely want you to film, like the atrocities caused by the Americans, initiated by an American, all their propaganda shit.
Yeah, I've seen those
And then-
exhibits they have.
Yeah, and then there's things they definitely don't want you filming and stuff, and all this weird shit. Well, one thing I notice is the food that they serve and everything, I wouldn't eat. I'm like, that's like, why didn't you just shit on a plate and hand it to me? I mean, it's fucking garbage. I mean, I'd be like, well, can you do me a favor and run down south and grab me a cheeseburger? I mean, there's got to be a freaking McDonald's or Whataburger or something down there. Shit.
And when people go out sightseeing, that security guards do search their damn rooms, every one of them.
Oh, yeah.
They're so paranoid.
Yeah, and I wouldn't. There are other instances in other areas of the world where I'm sure that happens too. It just depends on where it is and what time in history.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of, I mean,
The old Soviet system was like that. You always had to produce your papers or everywhere you went. And, they were searching your damn rooms and bugging your rooms and stuff.
Yeah, the thing about it is, I mean, trying to get people treated equally around the world is a really, kind of like what we supposedly do here, but we're not perfect at it, to put it lightly, to recognize that we're all equal under the law. As far as, we all have the same rights and, all that kind of crap. To try to get the rest of the world to do that as best they can. But because of the difference mix in different cultures, religions, which are all tied up into their governments and things like that, it's a freaking mess. But it would be really nice to figure, you know, I mean, it's kind of, I assume it, I don't know, I assume it's just done in extremely small increments. Because China is better now than it was, you know, 100 years ago. I mean, I don't know that.
Some people don't even think they're communist over there anymore.
Yeah, like, what was that one? The Hong Kong thing had a big deal, a big to do about that deal.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an awkward deal. There are areas of China where people are pretty much allowed to be entrepreneurs in the area, but very few, because of the remnants of Western influence. And but the bulk of China isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And
they still have their persecutions, like in Tibet and places like that.
Yeah.
Oppression going on there. I think the Buddhists and the government have a big problem.
I never understood why there was. Well, I'm sure there's a historical reason. I just never really got it.
I didn't either.
It's just like the Japan invading China thing. I didn't get that. Why were they so against each other that way? What, you know what I mean? I mean, just some.
I know why Japan invaded China. That's because they wanted, materials, war materials. Yeah.
Yeah, just raw materials crap.
Yeah, I think that's what the main reason was. But they were so brutal.
Yeah.
So the Japanese despised. I mean, the Chinese despised the Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was like, that was a really, really horrific event. What's weird is there was an area of China that a lot of Jews went to get away from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
I assume it was some distance from where the Japanese went in. Of course, China's a pretty damn big country too.
Yeah. Well, the Japanese basically were interested in the areas that could fuel their war machine.
Yeah.
And I think they made the Chinese basically slaves.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of information. There was actually it was like a reenactment. They tried to make it as documentary as they could. A reenactment of the of some of the events in China.
Yeah.
Based on, you know, all the evidence that, you know, was collected through the time, and there were books written, you know, people that wrote their stories about the events that were, you know, integrated into it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah, it was just slavery, basically, for the most part. I mean, they
Japanese were worse than the Germans.
Yeah, they slaughtered a hell of a lot of people going in the process.
Yeah, I think in some cases the Germans abided by the what's that agreement? The
Geneva
Convention.
Geneva, yeah.
But Japan did not. They didn't sign it. And they brutalized all of Asia, you know, including Korea. So the Koreans aren't too fond of them either. They used to take their young girls and, you know, terrible thing.
Yeah, all spoils of war bullshit.
Yep. So a lot of people get mad when they talk about us dropping 2 bombs on them. I mean, it's bad that it happened. but I think it was necessary to show them that they need to give up. And they did. So, I mean, they could have dropped it on Tokyo. That would have been for all, but they didn't. I think Truman was really, upset about that, having to do that. But it's the only way to do it. Without invading Japan, they were going to fight to the last man, woman, and child. So, like I said, I don't really like it, but I think it was necessary. War is hell, man. War is hell.
I think it's just like some of the islands when we started landing on some of those islands leading up there.
Yeah.
Japanese were killing themselves because they were told that our torture was worse than theirs.
I think on one of those islands, there was one Japanese soldier left.
Yeah.
Every one of them either committed suicide or died fighting.
And the thing about it is that well, for one thing, the Emperor of Japan was treated as a god, basically. Which, so that would have made them a theocracy, which has problems like that.
Yeah.
Some extreme nationalism problems because of the weird structure.
Well, they had a monolithic culture, so it was easy for them to have some stuff like that. Melting pot.
And thing about it is the in comparison, bombs that we have developed since that time,
yeah,
those bombs were nothing compared to what we've developed since.
Oh, hell no. That's right.
But the thing about it is it's a hard decision. Looking at the numbers and trying to base a decision like that on numbers, it was estimated that on both sides there would be somewhere in the vicinity of 1 million lives lost.
Yeah.
Had it been just a, traditional invasion and conquering, and then of course reconstruction and all the crap that entails.
And it took 2 bombs, not 1 bomb, to make them surrender.
Yeah.
They took the first one. They said, "Well, we're not surrendering," so they had to drop a second one on.
Yeah, and then it's kind of like back when the event in Tehran where our embassy was taken, all over the Shah, over the Shah of Iran and all the bullshit that went on then.
Yeah.
I was talking to my brother back then, like 1980 or something, somewhere around there. I told him, I says, the thing about it is that I think, like if you had, Truman, Roosevelt, someone like that in office, not that they're perfect, they're screw-ups like anybody else, but they would have understood, looking at the Tehran incident, there were 50 of our people left in the embassy. We'd already evacuated majority of people out of the embassy by the time that happened. I think a better decision at the time, of course, this is, and in fact, this was we knew, this is what I thought at the time when I knew that they were just allowed to hold the people indefinitely, as far as we knew at that time. I told my brother, I think basically the immediate reaction should have been, when the sun comes up, we're going to send a bus to load up our people and drive them to the nearest airport, where one of our military planes will land and pick them up. If this doesn't happen, we'll give you till a certain time. If it doesn't happen, that piece of land that we own, we're going to level it. And honestly, you could have also threatened simply, okay, we're going to level Tehran to make sure you understand. It's kind of like, there are times in war throughout history where when it would require a tack hammer, used a 16-pound sledgehammer type thing.
Yeah.
The reason was so the next guy who thought about doing it would think twice.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as some country, I can't remember which countries, some countries, when hijacking was a big deal,
Yeah.
if you touched down on their soil, under no condition would they allow you to leave.
Yeah.
They didn't care if they had to blow up the goddamn plane with all the people in it. They didn't give a damn. You're not leaving our soil.
Yeah.
We don't give in to you ever, no matter what.
It's like they always wanted to go to Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is being that we allowed Tehran to run out as long as we did, we eventually got the people back. Because of the way, basically, to them, they got away with it, did nothing to discourage any such actions later.
Well, I think they looked at Carter as sort of naive and, inept. And that's one thing I think they kept him until Reagan was sworn in, because they knew Reagan was going to, do something drastic.
Well, there's confusion on some of that, because Carter had already had stuff in negotiations in advance, and Reagan got credit for it. I think it's a combination of both of them, actually. I don't think the intimidation factor hurt of Reagan being a little more hardcore.
Yeah.
But the fact that Carter allowed it to go on as long as it did, because that was way too long to have allowed it to begin with.
Yeah, all they did was they sent a rescue mission, and they failed miserably.
Yeah, that was like, yeah.
So that just made it look even worse. So
yeah, they should have never attempted that. They should have been honest and above board and just said, okay, we're going to level your city. You let them go, and we'll work out the details where you're going to deliver them to, healthy and alive, or we level your city. Your choice. And the reason for that is events that have happened since then would not have happened, at least not to, kind of like the hijacking craze and all that we saw so much of, and all this weird shit. I don't think there's a perfect answer, but one thing my brother told me is how could you do such a thing? Like tell them, hey, we're let them go or we level Tehran, or at a minimum let them go or we level our embassy, which technically we could legally do, except for the fact that it would blow out and hit more than just our embassy.
The Russians would have been more likely to do something like that because they didn't deal with terrorists.
Yeah, and see, and my brother told me back then when I was telling him about it, which they were still captives for a long time then, that how could you do something like that? I says, honestly, I wouldn't want to. That's why we elect these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And I think, as unfortunate as it was, the whole deal, the fact that we dealt with the Shah to begin with, he was a fucking idiot, maniac.
Yeah. The dictator.
Yeah, but the CIA had interest in him, and I don't know who else. It was a strategic decision. We had Air Force bases there at one time, and it was a trade-off. It was a trade-off to some degree.
Run into Egypt, and they turn him down, and somewhere. Where did he die? It was the United States.
I don't remember where he ended up dying at.
Yeah.
But he was fucking dying anyway. But yeah.
Because all we wanted to do was have a counter to what the Russians had over.
Yeah.
That's basically all we cared about.
Yeah, I mean,
We would assist any kind goddamn two-bit dictator as long as he liked us. We would just overlook the shit he was doing to his own people.
yeah, and it's kind of like the fact that, I mean, we've done this all over the world. I mean, just like Puerto Rico, this is much milder, but still, Puerto Rico refuses. I mean, they've been given the option several times to become a state within the United States, and they don't want to.
Yeah.
Well, but they still get our welfare and trade for us using their location for a military base. It's strategic.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and there are places all over the world like that. Where we do trade-offs like that, and trade for having a military base there or for some other strategic reason like that. You know, there are Puerto Ricans living off of our welfare dollar basically, in trade for that benefit because we wanted, have I know we have an Air Force base there and a naval port.
Yeah.
But there are places like that all over the world where we make deals in order to have a strategic location. The only thing about the Soviet thing, the Cold War type thing and everything, was so blown out of proportion. The McCarthyist trial bullshit, all the crap over it. Yeah, I mean, it should have been obvious to any parent who had a child in school in the 50s and 60s. If there's an atomic blast crawling to your desk, you fucking nuts. I mean, this is total stupid shit, man. And the same thing, the way we gained allies in order to have Air Force bases closer and stuff, it was absolute bullshit. The way it was handled.
We really didn't care about what internal situation was going on, as long as the leader looked to us instead of Moscow.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole.
So we caused an overthrow, like in Pinochet and Chile. I mean, he was put in power by the CIA.
There's a lot of stuff that, like, I hear people talk about, there's some places where we know, and there are other places where we don't know. And there are people, conspiracists especially, who will say, we controlled that whole event and made it go down like it did, or got that person in power and did that. Now, it's not that we have no influence in a lot of areas. There are places where it's more obvious that we've done that kind of thing. But I'm cautious because of conspiracy people who, come up with really, really bad,
A lot of people say that is exactly what happened. I don't know for sure, but that's what a lot of people say.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure there are things that, especially through the CIA, back then what the CIA was used for. I'm sure there was a lot of shit like that went on. Just like the fact that people talk about election being rigged in America. Well, I can assure you, I wouldn't put it past the CIA to rig an election in another country if they thought it was a strategic benefit to us.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them. But the other thing is, in a lot of these cases, it's not real. Most places don't have elections. It's just who conquered who.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like in Guatemala. Unfortunately, we backed both sides.
Well, the communists were trying to take Guatemala, right? The Sandinistas in Nicaragua.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You know when they had the guerrilla fighter crap and like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually helped the people that were fighting against guerrilla fighters and the guerrilla fighters. And what was it, like a 40-year war or some shit? I don't remember. It was fucking long fucking.
It was a long, drawn-out thing.
Yeah, it was more like living in a completely terrorist country.
Yeah.
Where every day your neighbor was slaughtered, you didn't know who was slaughtered. You know, and one of the weird things about it is the numbers of after the fact, the numbers of graves, like large pit graves that were buried but they were large pit graves.
Yeah.
That were full of nothing but women.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And the reason is in Guatemala, that area, Brazil's similar. A lot of areas down there through that region are similar. They women are not looked upon the same as men, which is like, you know, it's kind of like there's actually a documentary that's kind of gross to watch, but good for information if you can tolerate it. It's called Killer's Paradise, and it's the plight of Guatemalan women. And there'll be like a family where their daughter was walking home. I mean, they don't know what happened to her, or whatever. And their daughter was found dead. Well, the police would say, well, it was dark out. She was prostituting. I mean, they would make these assumptions that women are the wicked one, kind of bullshit, sort of almost. And there would be little to no investigation. But at the same time, in those countries, a man could kill his wife for thinking that she was unfaithful or dishonorable. I mean, there's some fucked up views in that shit. Well, that's why, you know, I mean, they don't value the life of a woman the same as they do, you know, a life of a man, kind of thing. And I don't know why. I mean,
I wonder how it is now down there.
I don't know. I haven't really seen much of anything.
Now. Yeah. I remember all those countries were involved: Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua.
Well, a lot of that stuff is actually powered through the illegal drug market, which America, like, you know, launched for everybody.
So it's not a black and white situation. I mean, it's bad on both sides.
Oh yeah, but I mean the fact that there's an illegal drug market because the prohibition on drugs pumps tons of money into these systems.
Yeah.
And that's not the only problem with the system. There are other problems with the systems. But had that not been there, it's kind of like the devastation of Mexico and everything else, and all the way through that, you know, and you know, all the coca farms and, you know, all this shit. A lot of this could be fixed. I mean, we can't fix everything because there are cultural things that we don't have any control over, basically. But I think the illegal drug market, I mean, you know, legalizing drugs, controlling them, doing the best we can for our citizens who are addicted, or, you know, different things like that, figuring a way for that kind of stuff, are a lot of the things we do in our criminal justice system here, which actually turns out better criminals rather than, you know, improving citizens' lives. all this leads people more into that criminal element, which drives the drug market, among other things. Not exclusive. There are other aspects to it. But the drug money is going south of the border, all the way to South America.
Yep.
You know, and so we've funded a lot of this, a lot of wars, a lot of, you know, human injustice crap down there. That you know,
prohibition does not work.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's really strange to me that I mean, it really wasn't that long from the end of alcohol prohibition to the beginning of what was it? They outlawed.
I think weed was legal up to the 1930s.
I think it's somewhere in the 30s. I forget now. There was Congress outlawed. I think it's either 6 or 8 things at once, and then, but when Nixon came along, he just created a DEA so they can outlaw anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
An institution that bypasses Congress's decision, basically. You don't have to depend on Congress anymore. DEA can do it totally on their own.
Yeah.
That, I think, that's a horrible thing. That was, you know, Nixon's thing. But in fact, when they first outlawed the first drugs, I mean, I know marijuana, cocaine was added to the list like at the last minute kind of thing. Opioids in general. One of the things that was at one time on the list and got taken off was caffeine.
Was caffeine on the list?
Yeah, in the early draft, caffeine was on the list, and they took it off the list, and they ended up adding cocaine.
Oh.
Which is why Coca-Cola went from cocaine to caffeine.
Yeah, I know they used to put cocaine in their drink.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a losing war myself. I mean, and I look at all the bullshit that's gone through the legal system, prosecuting on these drug charges. Even, you know, weed. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, it was kind of, you know, that one thing that I think's funny, it was as a result of World War II. We had the Hemp for Victory campaign. There's a documentary put out for it's only like 20 minutes, little promo thing, to convince farmers to start growing hemp, because we could no longer because most of our rope was still hemp, and we couldn't get enough hemp to make canvas and rope and stuff for our ships. So there was a short little promo film trying to encourage farmers to grow hemp. It's called Hemp for Victory. I've got a copy of it somewhere, and it's they would go into communities and try to convince farmers to grow hemp, because, you know, and we'll sell you the tax stamp for it. Because to this day, you can legally grow marijuana. You just need a tax stamp.
Uh-huh.
I mean, but they don't sell them. So anyway, that was their way of outlawing it.
Weed. I don't understand, but I can understand about all the other stuff, but weed, it's it's no worse than the alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, and think about it is drugs that are heavier, and I mean, well, for one, weed accounts for approximately 50% of what comes across the southern border, roughly.
Yeah.
Some estimates put it higher, but it's also encouraging people to go into our state forests and plant, you know, tear up the land to plant weed. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah.
That's going on in some spots too. Which is just, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, but On the harder drugs, there are complicated problems to it. The fact that none of this stuff being released, like when meth started being a big deal, it used to be cooked like in a pharmacy, the way they used to make it.
Yeah.
On the illegal market, they would actually cook it, which is why they got busted so often, because it frickin' stinks. Like building a fiberglass boat stinks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we
And all
saw
your yeah, and all your neighbors could tell. You know. Well, as a result, they no longer use that method. They've come up with other methods that are involve less. I mean, more toxic substances. The meth they're making now is different than what they made back then by using different processes. And a typical one of the problems of the illegal market is you don't know what you're actually getting.
That's right.
But people are still going to try it, and then we're going to have a percentage of deaths. We're going to, aside from the crime element created by it, we're going to have a percentage of deaths and things like that from, you know, it's kind of like the old, like they used to try to scare people out of using heroin by saying that, you know, some heroin's cut with rat poison. That, honestly, we never documented a case of that. That was just propaganda. It's not to say it didn't happen, but we never found a case of it.
Yeah.
But what they were doing was, in a way, they were right in exaggerating. You don't know what the hell you're buying. You know? You don't know what it's cut with. You don't know what it is. You know? But we need a way. There's got to be a way of regulation that wouldn't raise so much money for the criminal element and create the, you know, the organized crime aspect of it, things like that. And at the same time, if someone is bound, you know, determined to do this, at least make sure they're in a safe environment. So for one, they're not spreading disease, sharing needles, that kind of crap. And to make sure that, you know, they're not ODing and they're not, you know, getting contaminated products that are intentionally mixed with weird shit, you know, all the problems in the illegal market, you know. And it's, you know, I don't know how it is they're, I mean, I don't know how it is they would correct all that stuff. I mean, but we got to do something about it. I mean, eventually. I mean, because at least because the criminal element that it supports, the organized crime that it supports.
Yeah.
As well as, I mean, to me also, it's the fact that these people think they're getting it from a dependable source, and for all they know, I mean, it could be, you know, some kind of, I mean, it could just, you don't know what you're getting. It could be toxins, you know what I mean? Which technically meth is a toxin, though. Meth, well, the old style meth was, they would, the stinkier part, they would have to cook phenylpropanol, and then they would have to, from that stage, you can do certain processes to it and end up with meth, or you could do other processes and end up with plastic. It's a plastic, basically. It's just, you know, anyway, it's nasty. The way they're making it.
We're going to take it either legally or illegally.
Yeah,
And
so.
It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, so.
You know, just,
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you can go to a doctor and get a hell of a lot of drugs, depending on the, you know, what kind of doctor you go to, what reasoning and, you know, what circumstances are. You know, I mean, there are doctors that'll legitimately and properly give you opiates.
yeah.
I know, in fact, I know a guy, I can't remember the name of his disease that he has. But you know when people have really, really severe diabetes, they get neuropathy in their legs and their legs swell where it looks like the skin stretched on tight.
Yeah, I get, yeah.
This guy I know, his legs look like that and they look bruised all the time. But it's not from diabetic neuropathy. It's from, I can't remember what it was from. Anyway, he gets methadone through prescription.
Yeah.
He takes 3 to 4 a day because the pain is so bad. Nerve endings are burned out, you know, that kind of thing. And it's perfectly legal and proper and justified. And they know he's going to be on it till he dies.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, won't go away once you have it.
yeah, and the thing is, if it gets to a point to where it worsens to where the methadone don't work, they've got stronger things to give him, but they're cautious because, like with a lot of these medicines, and same thing for illegal drugs, which is one of the problems you run into, even with a lot of illegal drugs. If you take them for several years and up the concentration, once you get to a certain, and everybody's body is slightly different, when you get to a certain dosage per day over an extended time, adding to it does nothing. You know what I mean? The diminishing return effect type thing. Well, when you get to that point, they have to change to a different opiate that works slightly different there, and or sometimes synthetic. But the way he is, they know that he'll at least be on methadone until he dies. And if they have to, usually they don't do, in cases like that, they don't do it until you're like in the last, 6 months or a year, where they'll actually go up to morphine, because the methadone just can't get it right. Basically, there's a slight difference in the way your body handles it. But anyway, people assume methadone's used to get you off of heroin. Well, no, methadone is used for proper use for health problems, and on the diminishing return problem, you have the same thing with illegal drugs. Is that over a course of time, no matter as you increase the dose over a course of time, provided you can know what you're getting, which is even more difficult in the illegal market, but it'll reach a point of diminishing return where it can no longer do what it does. It simply makes you feel like you can get up and be normal and not have the withdrawal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the same thing happens with people on prescription medicine through a doctor, but the doctor knows we're not perfect at it, but generally they'll have an idea of what they can swap you to another medication that won't have that problem. But when a druggie hits that wall on a legal market, he doesn't know. I mean, he can't go to a doctor and say, "Yeah, man, that heroin's not doing it for me anymore, dude." I mean, their thing is, okay, we'll try to help you get off it, and they all handle that differently. But no one's going to help him continue his habit, sort of. You know what I mean? That's one of the things written in the law is that you cannot be given. When they first outlawed the first drugs they outlawed, there was a clause in there that basically a doctor can't prescribe this just to sustain a habit, type thing. Yeah. So they're like, it was their attempt to put some checks in there, sort of. But anyway, it's kind of a confusing mess that we need to work on. Of course, we got to get over, all these, like this crazy presidential freaking clown show crap before we can get something done,
It's sad that that's not even part of the platform, When is that next debate? That's
Wednesday night.
Wednesday.
Yeah, I only heard the first one. People told me about the second one, but I couldn't bring myself to watch it yet.
Yeah, Trump was following her around like a shark.
Yeah, I heard, man. It was like, you freaking. Have you ever seen a proper debate, asshole? I mean, god damn. Yeah, I heard about that, and I was like,
Saturday Night Live did their parody of it, and oh my God, that was funny as shit.
Alec Baldwin plays a perfect Donald Trump. Just like him, he's got the talk down, the look, everything.
Yeah, Hillary does have a couple in as far as a debate platform. She has this. I understand what she's doing, but still, it comes across to some people as this smart-ass smirk on her face. You know what I mean? And I know what she's reacting to him, just like kind of a "Are you Dutch?" kind of thing. But sometimes the way her facial expression changes, it's like almost like a smart-ass smirk on her face, which doesn't benefit her. I mean, you know.
Well, he wiped it off when he started talking about all them women that Bill screwed and pointed them out in the audience.
Yeah, he did win up on that one, because she shut the hell up about that for the rest of the debate.
But there's kind of a problem with that. It's kind of like
because he apologized for what he had said and what he had done, but he said that was back when he was
12 years ago.
Yeah, 12 years ago, and whatever, and he was just joking. It was just locker room fun.
Mm-hmm.
So he grew up since then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the groping them by the pussy, that's what really hurt him. But then these girls come forward saying he had actually tried to rape them. It sounded a little planned to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is, I don't quite get what the problem is with what Bill Clinton did in regards to Hillary, because Bill can be a total asshole jerk. Who gives a fuck? We're not, you know.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, it's like telling me, it's like, yeah, your mom, when she was a cop, she was a bitch. It's like, and?
I think it's because Hillary tried to go after these women when they came forward. And she's being a hypocrite now. As a matter of fact, she defended this guy charged with rape. And that's another thing to throw in her face.
Well, I know there's one thing where a guy had, back when she was a lawyer, she defended a guy for child molestation or something.
Yeah.
And there was some question of ethics regarding that. I don't remember the details of it now.
Well, I think he was exonerated, but I don't know. It's just like they pulled that against her.
Yeah, so I'm not real sure what the deal is with that. I don't know. I mean, the only time I heard something about it
Yeah.
insinuating that she knew he was guilty but got him off anyway, type thing. But if it goes to a court of law and you can't prove otherwise, I don't see.
Prosecution. You know.
Yeah. So how can you justify that statement if it went through a court of law and they couldn't convict?
Well, they just look at the situation as it appears and they go with that. You know, Hillary defended a rapist or whatever.
Yeah, well, I can turn off the lights in my room and I'll have a halo.
Then, like I said, she She said she tried to fuck with these women that came forward, accused Bill Clinton of whatever. She tried to mess with him.
I would too.
Here's one of the things about that. Even if I wasn't married to someone, and say like, I had a family member that I care about, who I know did something wrong. Can't fix the wrong they did. But I want to help straighten them out, and I think I'm justified in doing so. Would I do something that someone else might find who wasn't in the situation, who might view it as unethical to protect a family member? Probably. It depends on the extent. There are limits, of course. I mean, if the family member walks up to someone in a convenience store, shoots them in the head just so they can take their wallet, well, no, they can go fuck themselves. They're done. But on the smaller level of just kind of, I mean, everybody has accidentally made a pass at someone they shouldn't have in their life. Or maybe said something that wasn't intended as a pass, but taken as that as well. That happens too. And there are a lot of, I mean, for that matter, look at this, the numbers of things like preachers who go out and, pick up hookers or whatever. Or screw their secretaries, who the fuck knows. This stuff happens all the time, and I don't see how holding, two things. Bill's actions can't be held against her, and her protectiveness of someone who she feels close to would be, that's a hard thing to analyze, sort of, if you're not there. You know what I mean?
Well, I tell you right now, I'd kill a bitch over this one right here.
Yeah.
I know I talk shit to you, but he's sitting right here. So
Right.
it ain't like I'm doing nothing behind his back. But,
That's just your bipolar.
neither does you. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Well, I always hear that window shopping's okay.
there you go. There might be some frost on the rooftop, but there's still fire coming out of the chimney.
Well, has Bill Clinton ever admitted of doing any of this stuff, even Monica Lewinsky?
He did not have sexual relations with that woman, even though there was a cum stain on her dress.
Yeah, when I heard the Oval Office escapades, I said, "Dang."
But the thing about it is, we all. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's hard. It's kind of like it's hard to know enough to actually judge her sticking up for him. But it depends on the. I mean, it depends on a lot of things in the situation as to whether or not it would be considered something that's unethical. Although
Their relationship is like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
yeah, well, I mean, Trump donated to her campaign at one time too.
Yeah. Oh, he back when he was a Democrat. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a benefit to him to do so.
He's never been a Democrat. He's always been a Republican. So.
Yeah, he's never been anything. He doesn't care. He's a businessman. That's all he cares about. But
matter of fact, I heard that he was even talking trash about some of these women that had approached, Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He slided them off. This was back in the day.
Yeah.
And now he's got them up there lined up like he's so concerned about them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you pay them enough, they'll say what you want.
It's bullshit.
I mean, it's just that's what I mean. Like, when I watch that first debate, it's just a fucking clown show, man. I mean, what I want to see in regards to anyone like that, I want to see your record. I want to know. Like, he's not a career politician supposedly, but as a businessman, I guarantee you, he kind of is too, in a different way, different realm. But I would like to see a history of all his business transactions that are a matter of public record laid out, and I will judge based on that whether or not he's a consistent, honest individual or just fucking you for whatever he can get.
I got a feeling you won't ever see those records.
Yeah. But it's just like that was the thing with Bernie Sanders is you can look at his voting record in Congress and everything and look all the way down his track, and he's a pretty damn consistent guy.
I mean, 25 years ago, he was preaching the same shit. So.
Yeah. So now Hillary, I don't know.
She changed the season.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't see. That's where I keep running into this thing where I don't see that much difference between them. The bigger difference that I see is whether or not we want, like, once whoever it does get elected, do we want the next Supreme Court justice and some of the lower courts that'll be replaced? Do we want these done in Democrat fashion or Republican fashion?
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, because I don't see a difference between these two clowns.
Yeah.
They're both really weird in different ways. They're both corporatists in different ways. So I don't really. I mean, I have no clue who the fuck I'm going to vote for at this point. I mean, because Bernie won't run because it'll hurt the party.
Yeah. It'll put him in off.
Yeah. I have a feeling if he was run as independent, he'd probably take it. But he's not going to risk that.
Yeah.
The only thing I would know otherwise, if I decide not to deal with these assholes at all, would be go libertarian. Because they have problems too, but they're the only one who has a high enough count to have any kind of a chance.
Well, hell, are the Republican are they even supporting Trump? Any of them now?
I don't know exactly because he's not really Republican.
He's a hybrid.
He's just pandering to anybody. He doesn't give a fuck. That's why That's why so much of the shit he says doesn't make sense.
And his core is not going to believe anything else except what he says.
Yeah, So I'm not sure that he's. I don't know that Republican. If you were to talk to Ben Carson or Ted Cruz, I doubt they would agree with Trump.
Yeah.
So, even with them, even if they weren't concerned with being in the running at all, and they were like, okay, wouldn't even think of it at this point. But that asshole ain't no Republican. I doubt.
Yeah. So much is poor Jeb Bush. He was the up and coming Bush, right? He was made like a complete pussy.
Well, I think the country's kind of tired of Bushes. Well, certain kinds of Bushes.
But I think if Trump hadn't been in there, Bush might have gotten the nomination. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, no, Ted Cruz is too radical.
Yeah.
Some of the other.
Shut the country down.
Yeah, I don't know. He's too extreme. A lot of them are too extreme. Ben Carson, like on straight up told. He straight up said that women need to be educated. So I think, I mean, you know, he's fucked. I mean, you know, I didn't really hear that much about what Jeb. I mean, I watched some of that Republican debate thing. I didn't remember Jeb really standing out.
Well, he had to call his mommy in there to help him.
Yeah, so
That's just made him look like a little kid.
yeah, I mean, so I mean, if Trump wasn't standing up there doing his thing, I have no idea who the fuck they would put in. But everybody else that I saw that really made statements and kind of, you know, stood out any at all, I wouldn't vote for.
Well, they made it clear they didn't want Mitt Romney. They were sick of him.
Yeah.
Stay in Massachusetts where he lived. They were sick of him, and I guess they were just looking for somebody different.
Yeah. I know a lot of younger people that were in the gun back from that I've met on Google Plus stuff through the gun community stuff who are like, well, you know, Republicans not what you think it is, that kind of thing, because they're the younger, you know, 20s and 30s Republicans, and they're like, you know, although Ted Cruz is right on the constitutionality of things, it's just like anyone who argues gun rights. Yes, you're correct in that, but when you lean to the point of saying it's your God-given right, now we got a problem. Well, and most younger Republicans that I talked to that were in the gun community agree with that. That they're like, okay, keep the God shit out. When you're talking Second Amendment, we're not talking God.
Well, I think Ted Cruz is a dominionist anyway.
Yeah, he's
a loon. I think his dad. I don't know if it was his dad, but they were talking about him. His dad saying he was, you know, God. What did he say? God's choice or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Bullshit was that?
Yeah, think about it. I mean, man, I was saying, okay, Cruz came out of Texas. Sorry. The Bushes came out of Texas. Sorry. It's like, holy fuck. You know.
Well, I didn't have a problem with George Bush Sr.
Yeah, he wasn't as bad. At least when he was standing up there talking, it didn't look like Cheney. It didn't look like Cheney had his arm up his ass making him talk.
There you go. That's right. I mean,
at least he had that going for him.
Yeah, because everybody knows Cheney basically ran the shit. George Bush was a yes man.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. I don't know what the fuck. You know, and then there's and that's one thing that always struck me as odd, like the Cheney thing. How do you shoot your friend in the face with a shotgun?
Yeah, that was.
I mean, and if you're out bird hunting, you're usually talking about it like a 28-inch, 26-inch, or 28-inch shotgun. This is not. That's just the barrel. We're not talking sawed-off shotgun. I mean,
yeah,
we're talking where if I'm standing close enough for you to talk to you quietly in the woods, so I don't scare the wildlife, I can't point the gun at you. I mean, so that's fucking anyway.
You're usually shooting up in the air.
Yeah, I don't think you shoot quail on the ground very often.
No.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of charges you brought, if any? How did it? I know there had to be an investigation. Oh, you got one more apology, Lucid. That damn governor that had the week of prayer or whatever, day of prayer.
Oh, the Perry asshole.
Yeah.
Rick Perry. Yeah, yeah, he was. I mean, actually, yeah.
Oh.
We also had the mayor of San Antonio, who ended up later on being the head of HUD or something like that. The fuck was his name? One of our mayors out of San Antonio ended up going to the federal government and being the head of HUD and like fucked everything up. And then got caught cheating on his wife with a neighbor. That got quiet real fast. I don't know if they shot the lady or I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Oh, we got someone else show up here.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's who.
Oh, Brandon. Hey, Brandon.
What's going on?
I think not a whole lot.
Welcome to the wild side of life.
I know, right? What are you guys up to?
We're straightening out the world.
One ass at a time, right?
You got that right. From Texas to the Carolinas, we're kicking ass and taking names.
Well, I got the Carolinas covered for you.
And I got
At
you
least-
back.
I'm about to say, I'll take south, you take north, right?
That's right.
Where did Hillary find this guy that's running with her? I mean, I've never heard of him before. I think he was governor of Virginia once. Have you ever heard of him, Lucy? You didn't hear me?
I don't think so.
What's his damn name?
Brandon?
No, the guy running.
Oh.
Hillary.
I don't know.
I tried to look that up the other day. I don't know who these people are.
I thought she would pick somebody that somebody knew. Of course, then again, nobody knew who George Bush Sr. was. Oh, Reagan picked him.
Yeah, actually, here in Texas, we got Perry out, and we got what's his name, Abbott. Yeah, we thought we were.
He was something else.
Yeah, I've heard people say they thought they were getting someone better, and they were mistaken.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Perry was another Dominionist, I believe. He wanted to make us all go to Sunday school.
Well, you know all these arguments about the Ten Commandments on, state property bullshit, all that crap at the Capitol kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's nothing in their chambers. What is it? Where the Texas legislature meets, they actually put a big thing up on the wall in God We Trust kind of crap or something. I can't remember what it says, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, so that wouldn't be covered by the old Ten Commandments. Well, it's been there so long, we'll leave it kind of thing. Because this was done, in the last decade, which means it's modern and directly says God,
Yeah.
inside the fucking building when they remodeled it. It's like, there's
I don't see anything wrong with it. They don't.
apparently not. But
Well, somebody's just going to take them to court, and try to get it removed.
yeah, I don't know how long I don't know what they need to do to take them to court on this stuff or how it would be handled or. It's kind of like the way the Freedom from Religion Foundation handles things. As they have to look for, you know, you have to have standing in the court and, you know, all the crap. It's, you know, so I don't know what case would come up where they could take it to court.
Well, hasn't Matt Dillahunty led some cases against, you know, church and state things in Texas?
Well, I know he works with, I mean, I've only talked to him a couple times. Like, I see them every once in a while up there, and I've gone up to Austin more this year than I have before, but
Yeah.
I know basically him and a bunch of other groups, including there's some religious people involved as well who want to maintain separation of, you know, church and state or government religion, however you want to put it. But here in Texas, I haven't seen a lot of headway in it, but a lot of it depends on what it takes to get it to go up to the circuit courts and everything, and you know, you have to get a really good case to make sure that, you know, it has standing and everything and all that crap to take it all the way through and make sure there's no glitches.
Mm-hmm.
But I know basically the atheist community of Austin, as well as a lot of other, you know, Freedom from Religion Foundation, American Atheists, a lot of those, as well as some religious organizations, also work towards separation of, you know, religion, government stuff. You know, and they talk about it a lot. And they try to inform people, you know, about it. But getting something going through legislation, unfortunately, is a slow process. Finding the correct cases and all that crap, going through the whole thing.
Been in court for years.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's got to be. We've had some good cases over the years. We've, you know, but sometimes, you know, when they review these cases, they and actually it's generally American Atheist, Freedom from Religion Foundation. There's another one I can't think of, but basically a lot of the, aside from informational stuff, just educating people in general about these things, donations are made to, you know, organizations who actually have teams of lawyers to do this shit. You know?
Yeah.
A lot of it is just educating the public, is, you know, to understand. You know, I mean, on average, most Texans that I would just walk up to and ask, even if they're just really casual Christian, never go to church, or maybe occasionally, or if, you know, they're just kind of, a lot of them will say, I'm not really religious, that kind of thing, but really not take it any farther. They don't think that much about it. If you ask them, you know, about, you know, getting the Ten Commandments removed from the Capitol building, they're like, it's not that big a deal. They don't understand why it's a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the monument itself. It's the fact that one group can do this over another.
That's right, because you've got more religions in this country than Christianity.
Yeah, and I mean, I like what from what I understood it went through. I never finished looking it up. The Oklahoma thing, with the satanic monument, can't think of the name of the group. But you know, it's the LaVey and Satan.
Oh yeah,
Satan.
yeah. We talked about that one night. Yeah.
I don't.
There are 10 Commandments up there.
Yeah. So So based on equal rights, they were proposing that. They were actually being funded by LaVeyan Satanist group out of New York, assisted in the financing of some of that. And I don't know if it's really all settled or not. But the option was, you allow us to put ours up. If not, you take yours down.
Yeah. Well, that's what people weren't understanding. It says, why these Satanists want to put something up? Because the religious people have theirs up, so they feel they have a right to do it as well. So
yeah,
basically, they're just trying to make a statement.
Yeah, and basically, although if LaVeyan Satanism isn't really a religion the way people would think it is, but it has standing as such.
Yeah.
Which makes a difference.
Recognized religion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last religion from what I remember, the last religion that was added to the list was unfortunately Scientology.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of weird, separation of church and state, or religion, government, however you want to put it. It's kind of weird that they are in the business of deciding what is a religion.
Yeah.
Well, how can you have separation of religion and government if the government can decide whether or not you're a religion?
Yeah.
So in order to get the, all the free tax status and all this crap and everything, they have to approve you. Well, how about we eliminate that bullshit altogether and just let everybody pay taxes, and that would raise, I can't remember what it is. It's somewhere in the vicinity of something like $80 billion a year.
Oh yeah.
In taxes that are not paid because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't include that doesn't even include anything like local property tax. That's just the federal tax.
Yeah. I don't think they'll pass that because I'm sure it's a big lobby in Washington D.C. to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of weird. But I think eventually we are going to see the problem. It'll eventually come up to where they can't ignore it anymore. Is that if religions are exempt from taxes based on their assumed community benefit, the way they benefit their community, then anybody can just declare themselves a freaking church.
Yeah.
And be exempt from taxes. There are some people who claimed it, but were obviously not, who've been prosecuted for it. But there's still a lot of people who claim it, who are not really churches in that way, and still get away with it too. So but eventually, I think it's going to come. I mean, I doubt if it's going to happen in my lifetime, but I think eventually it's going to come to a point where it's like this thing about the government being in the business of deciding what is and isn't a religion is eventually going to get too obvious that they got to do something, because it's kind of like we were talking the other day just like about and I think it's in New Mexico, the Church of Bacon. New Mexico recognizes them as a church. But the federal government, I doubt if they do.
What kind of religion is that? What was that?
It's just it's somebody in New Mexico, I think it was New Mexico, started a church called the Church of Bacon.
Now that sounds like something I can sink my teeth into.
Yeah, and it's been
figuratively and literally.
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And it's been several years ago. I mean, it might have been 10 years. I don't remember how long ago. And I think it was New Mexico where they did it. You can look, you can just Google the Church of Bacon and you'll find it. Whatever state they're in, which I think is New Mexico, had a rule. They had a rule of to declare what is what constitutes a religion. Um, it's if three or more people share a belief, it's a religion. So a bunch of people got together and started Church of Bacon.
Maybe
You don't
they're
think?
referring to the priest under King what was it? Edward. He was his archbishop. Is that maybe what they're referring to?
Let me look it up. I know it's on. It's actually. Let's see.
Yeah, his name was Bacon.
No, these. I don't know what these people based it on when they started it, but I know it was like a, you know, kind of a bullshit kind of deal.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I can't see a church of actual pork bacon, but there was a guy named Bacon who served one of the kings in England. A cult following for him because he was murdered.
No, but this was actually. Okay, let me. No. Okay, let me see. They may not have a website up anymore. I don't know. One of the states actually recognized them, and I think it was. This is different. United Church of Bacon is the United Church of Bacon is an atheist parody church. Who's here? Let me. There's a Wikipedia article on them.
Oh, so it must be like the Pastafarian deal.
Yeah,
kind of. Yeah, but I think they were in New Mexico. I didn't really find it yet. I heard about it years ago, and basically, based on the laws of the state that they're in, they do constitute a church. Penn Jillette's house. Isn't that New Mexico?
So they get the whole tax exempt.
They don't get. Yeah, they don't get tax exemption, but it's a because the federal government doesn't recognize them, but the state that they're in does recognize them.
Okay.
And it's a parody kind of thing, is what it's been,
Yeah.
But I don't know if they've tried to do anything to legitimize their deal.
I've never heard of that Church of Bacon.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've heard of it referred to before and stuff, and it was like, that's kind of odd, but kind of might be good. I don't know.
Well,
yeah, man, bacon's always been there for me.
Yeah.
The Church of Bacon's already got a couple of footsteps ahead of pretty much everything else because we actually know bacon exists, and it is what it says it is. It's delicious,
right?
And I'm sure the Muslim community was very excited about the Church of Bacon.
I guess they wanted to piss them off too.
Might have been, man. I don't know. I mean, I know of people who started small churches in San Antonio and got donations and everything, and run a church out of their house, and that they'd like take like their garage section and declare it the church, sort of, and that way you can't include your entire house if it's your only dwelling, but you can have a segment of it, sort of. It's kind of weird laws, and a lot of it depends on where you live. But anyway, where they started doing this for tax reasons, and they really are Baptists, and they really do have friends come over every Sunday, but it's not much more than friends. And they do get the tax status as long as they get recognized by the church, and file the right paperwork. Anyway, there are churches who aren't really churches in their traditional sense, but still qualify for the tax exemptions, because if you get recognized by, as a Baptist church, depends on what organization may have to recognize you if you can do it independently. And I don't remember how the Baptists do it, but different ones do it different. But it's not like you have to call the Vatican or anything. I mean, at least Baptist doesn't have that problem. But they, you start Baptist is already a recognized church, so, and a lot of others. So if you start any of those that are already recognized, where it's easy to get qualified through their system, sort of. Like, I doubt if you're going to start a Catholic church of your own, because Vatican wants to be in on it. But once you get that, federal tax exemption's easy, because it's already a recognized religion.
Cool. Lucy, let me ask you something. Do you remember a preacher down in Corpus Christi named Lester Roloff?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought maybe you might have remembered. He ran this girls' home, runaway girls' home or something.
No, I don't remember now.
He was an all hellfire preacher. I know our pastor used to look up to him a whole lot. I didn't know whether you knew him or not, or heard of him.
No, we've had some doozies go through this area, though.
Based in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, I've only been to Corpus, I don't know, probably a dozen times in my life. I mean, I don't much like the coast. I mean, there are coastlines I really, really like. Texas coast isn't one of them.
Yeah. Well, that dude was a hellfire, brimstone preacher, if I ever saw one.
So we've got, what's that guy's name? God damn, he's famous. I mean, right now, like, all the time. You hear about him all the time. It's I think the church is called Cornerstone. I can't remember. So,
give me a name, I might remember him.
I remember him. See if I can find. I'm pretty sure it's Cornerstone Church in San Antonio, Texas. I can't remember the guy's name. The church isn't as well known nationwide as the preacher is.
What is he famous for?
Making tons of money. Like it's definitely a business.
You weren't talking about Perry Noble, are you?
Nah. If I remember right, he even televises. His church stuff is even televised and everything.
Earl Roberts. Oral Roberts.
No, but we do have him here, I think, too. Well, not where I'm at, but in San Antonio.
Well, he's in Oklahoma, I think.
Is he? There's another one towards downtown San Antonio at an older church who's also well known around the country.
Jimmy Swaggart was in Louisiana.
Louisiana?
Baton Rouge.
Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
They were out of Charlotte.
Get you a bonus bucket.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Boy, this shit sure fell out for me. I mean, this shit just collapsed overnight.
John Hagee.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy, a little short, stout fellow.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
He's out of San Antonio and
Ultra conservative.
forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
There's another one I can't remember that's in an older area farther down towards downtown San Antonio. But yeah, he raking in millions.
I'm sure he is.
That's unbelievable amounts of money go through that place. And the older one, I'd have to look on a map to find it. I think I can't remember the name of the church or the pastor, but he's really old though. He may have died by now, but I don't remember. He's I'd have to go to like Google Maps and kind of look over. Because I know more or less where the church is in San Antonio. I have to scan to it.
Not the church. No, that's in California.
I just got to remember how I used to cut through San Antonio. Let's see. Now my mouse froze up. What the hell? Oh, now my mouse is moving. My mouse froze up for a minute. Like my, of course, because everything I have is wireless, battery might die on it. I don't know.
Been a long time now.
Trying to remember what road I used to cut through and find this. Okay, San Antonio Zoo.
Let's see.
I don't see the church yet. Change it to Google Earth, see if I can see it that way. Oh, now my mouse froze up again. Damn it. I might need a battery for my mouse. And I don't know if I have any more. Well, I got a wired mouse laying around here somewhere. If I can find it. Make sure it's still wired in.
John Osteen?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's got one of these prosperity ministries. I'm looking at John.
There was a way I used to cut through. When I used to run service calls, I'd cut through San Antonio, and there was a it's Trinity Baptist Church. I don't remember who the pastor is, but he was famous back in the day. Usually people recognize his name.
Let's see. Oh, John Osteen is out of his church is called Lakewood Church in Texas. Somewhere.
See if I can find pastoral staff. Well, the thing is, I don't know if the guy died yet or not, who was so famous for this church in San Antonio. It's been quite a few years back. And I don't think so. What it shows on their staff, he's not in there, which means he probably died. He's pretty old. I mean, he was a big deal when I was a kid. Anyway, I can't think of his name now. There are a lot of those like that are really well known.
Dr. Jack Graham. Crestwood Baptist Church in Plano. Yeah. John Hagee, yeah.
Yeah, John Hagee's a big one nowadays. There's another one that was a real big deal from farther in San Antonio, farther. And I think it's just the one from Trinity Baptist Church, but he's not there anymore. So he was old enough, or he's probably died by now. But his name was really big, and all over the place.
Yeah.
Calling out sinners and all the goodies.
Very sure. Dr. Ed Young. Pastor Ed. Robert Morris.
Buckner Fanning. I don't know how well known he was all over the place, but here in Texas, he is well known.
What's his name?
Buckner Fanning.
Okay.
Never
heard of him.
Yeah, it was probably just here in Texas because it was before the interwebs. But he was, he was pretty much like kill the gays kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the star around here was Jimmy Swaggart.
Yeah.
He was everywhere. I believe he's still doing his ministry.
Well, Buckner Fanning died this year
Oh, yeah.
in February. I know he was 89. Yeah, he was. I, he was one of the early, like really obnoxious, loud preachers. Um,
Well,
he was one that's going. You know, basically because of Baptist, I assume is part of it. But you know, the threat of hell was really significant to him in his preaching, whatever kind of thing.
well, I guess if you didn't want that kind of preaching, you could go to Joel Osteen and be lifted up.
Right? Raise spirit.
It's all positive in his church.
This is all right. This is a picture of. I found a picture of Buckner Fanning, and I don't know who's standing next to him, but I recognize him, but I don't remember who it is. Maybe if I visit the page, it'll tell me who the guy is with him. I recognize the face, but I don't know the name that goes with it.
Did you mention Benny Hinn?
Oh crap! Yeah, it sucks.
I love that guy. He can just put his hand out and you fall out.
Oh, this is a picture of Buckner Fanning and Billy Graham. I found.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Apparently they was in cahoots.
Billy Graham. Yep.
Uh,
I think Billy finally passed over, didn't he?
what's that?
Billy Graham.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yep. He was actually better known nationally, I guess, and everything, but Buckner Fanning was definitely known here in Texas.
I think he was like George Bush's Jr.'s pastor. Of course, my preacher, Southern Baptist preacher I had, he didn't like Billy Graham because his hair was too long.
That's stupid.
He always talked about how long his hair was. His hair is too long. I had a damn firestone, fire breathing, brimstone burning preacher. He scared the shit out of me.
See, I mean, I had to go to church and stuff, but it was kind of like, you know, whatever, you know. And, you know, by the time I was like 8, I mean, I remember a couple of points where it was like, the fact that the Bible, in fact, it may have been I looked at the wrong Bible. I don't know. Because one of the Bible, I think it's King James is the one, which is not the Catholic one. And I was going to Catholic church when I was a kid. But one of them always puts on the front that, you know, basically if you believe in Jesus, you're saved, you know, kind of thing. It's one little piece out of scripture they put in the front to, you know, to convince you don't need to read the rest of that book, I think.
You've been around for years thinking, oh, well, you know, I'm saved. I can do anything I want. Really, I'm saved. I got me in.
I remember. Yeah. But I remember being in Catholic, in the church when I was younger, and not like I talked to anybody about this, but that I remember I knew that there were Bibles. I don't know. I doubt if the Catholic Bible actually said this. It might have in the beginning, where it has that little statement about, you know, he who believes in Jesus is saved and whatever. It's a piece out of scripture somewhere, but but I remember the guy talking about, about going, the Catholic priest, whatever, talking about, murder being a sin, and about the dangers of harming another kind of thing or whatever and everything. But he said basically, for killing someone you go to hell. And of course, my young mind was thinking, well, that's not what the passage in the front of the Bible says that y'all are pushing, kind of thing. There's a conflict here. Anyway, but I thought like that when I was really young, but I didn't know how to express it, and I certainly didn't talk to adults about it because, apparently I didn't know if they took it seriously or not, but it was just something we didn't talk about. I don't know why. But I didn't get all the indoctrination stuff. I kind of I couldn't explain what was wrong with it, but I knew something was wrong with it as I was growing up, and it was like, where my sister had a slightly different moment, because as a kid in Catholic church, you go to catechism, basically Sunday school, and a lot of time, especially when you're really young, you go into the Sunday school while the adults are doing, going to Mass. And sometimes you go to Mass too. Sometimes they take you to Sunday school after, different things. But my sister remembers being in catechism and them talking about when the moment when she realized, because she thought it was all just stories. And it was stated something. There was something about it, and she reacted, and she could tell me what it was, but she remembers. And then the nun clarified whatever, and whatever, and that's the moment she realized, holy shit, they really believe it. Fucking nuts. I mean, not that she could express that, but in her head, she realized, because she thought it was just stories, and then she realized these people really believe this shit. And that was her, getting out. I mean, mine was a little different, but but still, it was like, just, you kind of pay attention to what people say versus what they do. Anyway, there was a lot of, there's no way this could be right. These people are full of shit, But
Well, it was crammed down my damn throat all the way till I was 18.
I noticed, depending on I noticed certain religions, Baptists in general, of course there's a wide variety of Baptists, but in general,
Those are Southern Baptists.
they tend to get it forced on them and more harshly, sort of.
Oh, yeah.
Where the Catholics, it's more a matter of going through the rituals and this is your culture. And so I know a lot of Catholics who believe it because it's their culture, sort of, more, rather than the wrath of God indoctrination type. You know what I mean?
Well, the Southern Baptists, all Catholics are sinners anyway. They're going to hell.
Well, somebody's got to fill the seats.
Oh, yeah. Our Catholic friends.
I mean,
Baptists didn't even like Methodists. They did make it, but not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to hear this shit from when I was, a toddler all the way till I was 18. And I started asking questions when I was like a teenager. First thing was about Noah's flood.
Yeah.
about how all the animals were put on the boat. I didn't see it happening.
Yeah.
That was my first doubt. And then everything just followed from there until I didn't believe any of it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know that much about the Bible when I was really young. Of course, it was in my 20s. In my later teens, I read a little bit, but not much. But in my 20s, I read the Bible. That's where I started really reading it. And I found it. I mean, it didn't make much difference which one I read, as I found out later. But I mean, it's kind of like, aside from the fact that it kind of doesn't make sense, sort of, and all these books shoved into this one book don't really actually go there, sort of. I mean, they're all out of place.
Yeah.
Their stories are like, I don't know. I don't know who thought it would be a good idea to put all these stories together in one book, because
The Nicene Council. And
yeah,
what year?
because they really don't appear to go together very well and stuff. But one of the things that I thought as I was younger, when I was younger, before I even read the Bible and stuff, was being told, listening to what, because eventually as I got older, I heard from Baptist preachers a little bit, and Methodist one time, even Episcopalian was like, had a problem with that too. But it wasn't like I was a member of a church. I would just stop by one and see what it's about. And what got me, some of the bigger parts of it is overall is that, aside from it not being provable and all the problems with that, and the fact that the texts don't actually go together, it just really hodgepodge, like, was the fact that if there's a God, why would he why would he be a cruel God? Because everything in the Bible indicates, I mean, even just listening to what preachers say about what's in the Bible before you even read it yourself, pretty much indicate that he's a cruel God. He's a very spiteful.
A lot of human, qualities.
Yeah. I mean, as I got older, looking back on it, it was like, obviously, what else could a human write about other than human experience?
Right.
I mean, it makes sense.
And you talk about how jealous God is, and God gets mad, and that's all human attributes. A God shouldn't be like this. I don't think.
Yeah, I would. I mean, it's kind of like, if that's, basically, a God, as is portrayed, even by the preachers and even the priests in Catholic Church, even though they try to say that he's all good and but you must go to confession, you must do this, that's a petty thing for a God to require.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It just sounded so much like crap. I'd heard stories that my dad pulled out of his ass that sounded better. Yeah, but it helps to have a drunk dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, come up with some wild ones, man. And
if God isn't changing, if He never changes, why is the God in the Old Testament so different from the one in the New Testament?
Yeah, there's so many problems with it.
Yeah.
But the thing is that it just there can't. I mean, you can't be omniscient and end up with a world like this.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like it's like one which it didn't I didn't require it, but I do recognize it as a serious problem. Is the problem of suffering, and if you're religious, it'll be referred to as a problem of evil.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't believe in gods, demons, or evil. Although you can judge things as good as bad, and there is obviously suffering in the world.
It's all subjective.
Yeah, but you know, to a lot of people, this issue of suffering is a really, really big deal. To me, it's a big deal too, but that's not what I base my decision on. Just growing up, I just was like, these people are fucking nuts, you know, I mean, kind of thing. But
Yeah, just thinking that God is evil is no reason not to believe in Him, because that's what some people, you know, that's why they say they don't believe because of that. No, I don't believe because I just don't believe, you know?
yeah, I mean,
Not that He's evil or good or anything else.
I thought of something one time. Well, one thing, I mean, when you do actually get into what the Bible says, God created evil. Now, if God is all-knowing and all-loving and all that good shit, why would He create evil?
Well, that's a good question.
That doesn't make any sense. You're going to create evil to I mean, what? So we can suffer? Why must we suffer?
Well, it goes back to the war
I mean,
of heaven. Why did Lucifer go bad? I mean, how can somebody rebel against God in heaven?
yeah. I mean,
It doesn't make any sense.
yeah. There's some weird shit in there, you know. But one thing I thought of one time, I was reading the part, which I'd have to look it up all over again, but the part where Abraham's, you know, fixing to burn his kid, he's fixing to kill his kid and then burn him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't say in the copies that I've looked it up in, it doesn't say that God came down and offered him up a lamb, or in some cases a ram, depending on how they translate it, as a burnt offering instead of his child, right?
Mm-hmm.
It usually refers to them as two angels. Point this out to him. Well, how do you know that those angels were representatives of God, not Satan?
I guess he would say he's been shown in a way to know that it was God.
Yeah. I mean,
How's Darwin's daddy say that shit? It's been shown to me in a way that I know it to be true.
yeah.
Well,
I mean, it could have been Satan playing him a trick.
that's right.
Look, I tricked you into not sacrificing your child. Now God's going to give you the wrath. And
Yeah.
you know, there's no way to get around that part. And besides that, whoever this Abraham asshole would have been, should he have really existed, I would hope somebody would shoot the fucker in the head.
Well,
Because
yeah.
anybody who would sacrifice their child for anything or anyone else
Right.
is obviously insane.
Yeah. Well, if God is omnipotent, and He should already know what He would have done.
Yeah.
Before He even tied him up.
Yeah. Yeah. The weird arguments about God didn't do it. There's an argument that God didn't do it. God already knew what He would do. He didn't do it for that. He did it so Abraham would realize the degree of conviction he had. You know, and none of it makes sense. You know, because that would suggest to Abraham that he is worshiping a God that would have him kill a child.
Or at least using him as some sort of tool.
Yeah. And otherwise, you end up where both God knew and Abraham realized that God wouldn't really make him go through with it. But that means they were both pretending.
Yeah.
So it no matter which way you try to steer it or whatever, how you try to analyze it,
Well,
it makes no sense. And all of these religions, there's so many variations of religions that have come off of that fucked up story.
yeah. And the disturbing part is Abraham was going to do it. He was going to kill his little ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what father could do that?
Yeah. I mean,
Even for his, his deity.
yeah. I mean, I mean,
So-
if anything, if you had a God that came, if a God came to me and asked me to sacrifice my child, if I was religiously motivated, I would assume this is Satan tricking me.
Yeah.
If anything, because there's no fucking way that a God worthy of recognition at even just recognition would ask me to kill my child.
Well, it seems mighty petty, and that's another human trait.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
That's why I think man created God instead of vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you can't, I mean, the stories obviously, I mean, these are.
It's probably allegory. Probably never really happened. I mean, as far as Abraham who was writing this shit down?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it's kind of like sometimes it's hard to analyze some of the bullshit. How much of okay, they didn't have video recorders or audio recorders. They couldn't record shit. So I mean, unless you killed an animal, tan the hide, and start writing. I mean, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And part of it problem is things were written down later. A lot of it was supposedly word of mouth passed down kind of thing and all this crap. But it's kind of like you can't accurately represent that. I mean, whatever the story, the originating story was, we can't go back in time type thing. There's a history problem there. We can't know it.
I think a lot of it just allegory. It's just for like lessons.
Well, it's kind of like the Jews, not all, but some Jewish people, a reasonable percentage of them refer to the stories of Moses as it's not factual. This isn't real. They'll actually tell you that no, this is just a story that we tell of our heritage.
Yeah.
It's not real. And the thing about it is people are storytellers. I mean, you get a bunch of people together and hang around the campfire. Guess what? Somebody's telling a damn story. And it's one of the things that we do for purpose of socialization, among other things.
Yeah. I don't put much credit.
Yeah.
Stuff must have happened. It's partly true, but a lot of the outrageous stories I think are allegory. Just teach a lesson.
metaphors. Yeah, it didn't stick to me, Lucid. I was one of those few that it just didn't stick to. I just had doubts about it from the start. The trail is a Methodist.
Would that mean that she's methodological?
Absolutely.
It's all in the method.
That's right. It's all in the method.
Hmm.
I hope you don't become a Bible thumper or something. You're going to have problems.
If it ain't happened yet, I don't think you got to worry. I told you fire would come from my damn feet if I stepped on church ground.
That wicked. Oh.
It's probably cold. Oh, no.
Long hair like Lucid has. And I'm going to have it.
Well, I tell you, it's a lot thinner when you get older, though. I tell you, man.
Oh, it's much thinner than it used to be, yes.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in late teens, early 20s, I could grow hair long and really thick and everything, where it was like really hard to brush out kind of thing. Now it's like, little comb, I'm done. I can comb all 12 hairs at one time.
That's 12 more than I got, though, man.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny. My brother, he was in the Air Force, and by the time he got out, he wasn't even 30 yet, and he was balding. Where I got receding hairline, which I've had all my life, and it's going farther back. It'll eventually meet the back of my head probably. But where my brother, I mean, he went. I mean, you can never tell. In fact, when I stand next to my brother, people don't think he's my brother. I mean, we're so different.
Now, I'm only 29, and I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's already.
Oh, yeah,
especially here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I went ahead and bowed out gracefully and just shaved it.
That's what I told my husband today.
Yeah, but I still got some strands in the front.
Yeah, I got to get hold of them strands.
Yeah, the kid that I work with, well, he's like 35, I think. I've been working with him for 9 years, and he just buzzes his hair all the time anyway, because his dad went bald when he was young, and so he's lost majority of it already anyway by the time he was 30 or so, or something like that. So he's like, screw it, Plus, you don't have to take care of it. So, just keep it buzzed down. I know when I was doing air conditioning in the later part of my career doing that, I'd keep my hair buzzed off all the time, but I'd buzz it with a number 2, and then I'd buzz my beard. My face was number 2 also. And but you find out real quickly when you try to do that, you cannot do the back of your head. I don't care if you got a mirror or what the hell you got. You ain't doing it. It ain't gonna work. So you always have to have a friend or go to a barbershop. When my brother was in the military, and this is common with military, where they move off base and, you know, a bunch of them rent a house together or whatever because they don't want to live on base. They'll all start buzzing their hair and then have the other one finish the back. Otherwise, it looks like someone went at you with a machete or something.
Yeah, I've personally tried it. It's like Gap Fitty back there.
Yeah, it's really freaking hard to get it right. So,
well, listen, you used to have a long beard, didn't you?
Yeah, it got to where it won't grow. I mean, when I was younger, I couldn't grow one at all. By the time one time I grew a beard that was, I can grow it and it'll kind of grow out long and scraggly, but I don't even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if I have a picture of myself where I grew it out one time, where it all grew out about 6 or 8 inches evenly all the way around, and I shaved off mustache and all that and everything, and I was Amish. That was just funny.
You were in Nadia's room. It's been maybe a year ago. You had a long beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Periodically, I just knock it down, whatever, because I can't grow it really well anymore. So, yeah, it's all scraggly all the time anyway.
Well, look, it looks all right the way it is, you know.
Yeah. I just don't like
the Captain Spaulding. I don't know if anyone will catch that reference or not, but
my big thing is that I hate shaving, so you know that's the only reason I do that.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It sure is. I hate doing it too. You wouldn't know if I was hairy or not. You can't see. You can't see. Got little bird legs, little bones. That's the only damn thing I got that's skinny. Oh, you're so sweet. Bubbles.
You know, I've heard talk about bubbles before, and it reminded me of a story.
Uh-oh.
That my dad told me.
Was she a stripper?
It's not his best story, but it's kind of cool. This guy, of course, you have to remember this would be more like, you know, anyway, this is back in the 60s, 70s, whatever, when you told me. But this guy is asked to go around and canvass neighborhoods and see what the most popular toys are for marketing stuff. So he goes and he knocks on the first door, and this little boy answers. And the guy asks him, "What's your favorite toy?" And he says, "Bubbles." And says, "Bubbles? Yeah, bubbles." Okay. Then he goes to the next door, knocks on the door, asks little kids home and everything. He says, "Yeah, what's your favorite toy?" "Bubbles." "Bubbles?" "Yeah, bubbles." Okay. Goes next little door, you know, and this, you know, same thing again. And goes to the next door, knocks, and it's a little girl. And he says, "Hey, little girl, what's your name?" "Bubbles." Mm.
She's up rolling her wheel.
If you reverse the genders in that joke, you can get a really good blowing bubbles joke out of it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, at least it wasn't my dad's drunk story about shitting in the tuba.
Oh God.
'Cause he had some good ones.
I bet he did.
Typical old drunk
That's
jokes
fun.
and crap, though. There's one that's one guy goes in a bar and gets a drink, and he's sitting at the bar and he's, man, something smells like someone farted or something, man. And he's sitting there drinking his bar, and he kind of turns his head one way, turns his head the other way. God damn, like that dude's got gas, man. And after a few minutes, he orders second beer and he's gone. He's like, man, it ain't getting no better, man. He bumps the dude and says, hey, dude, man, freaking, you shit yourself or something, man? What the fuck, man? Guy goes, yeah. And he says, well, God damn, go clean up or something, man. I'm not through.
Oh. 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 That's horrible.
Well, I'll tell you, man, the jokes an alcoholic to say. Freaking, you just.
Oh, your other regulars.
Nobody likes me.
Where's Odine?
Odine's done with me.
He is not. He's an MK's hanging out.
Brandon and Lucid are the only two people that like me.
Yeah.
I had some pretty good talks with Odine, but I think it was the last time he was on, he couldn't get his microphone working right, and it was like really weird sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got woman problems too.
Yeah, I heard. That's what happens when you got womans.
I'd be kicked that bitch to the curb. Yeah,
No woman, no problem.
that's right.
No woman, no cry. I guess as Bob Marley would say.
Mm. Where
But I
there's,
know all about that.
where there's one that won't, there's three that will. So he needs to keep that in mind. He's young.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's like there's a certain amount of a certain amount you have to have in common, and a certain amount you need for contrast. And you know, it's not that easy. But if you feel like you're being shit on, chances are you are.
Yep.
You know, and it's kind of like in a relationship, if anyone ever gives you an ultimatum, the one who initiates
Screw
the
it.
ultimate, yeah, the one who initiates the beginning of an ultimatum needs to be responded with an ultimatum. That's it. You know, it's kind of like when my daughter was 3 months old or so, and my ex walked out and whatever. It was like, it was an easy decision. I mean, it was like, I can't raise a kid around that shit. I mean, you know, no biggie, you know. But without a kid involved, you can't always. I mean, if it's just you and someone else, you can't always see that, and you make stupid mistakes, and hopefully you learn that it's a stupid mistake before you're in too deep. But
It can be hell if you marry the wrong one. That's the damn truth.
yeah,
And mine's thankful every day he married me.
right.
Wild one, bro. Wow.
Oh my God. I'm a wild one.
Well, I already told her I'm here to the end.
That's one thing you wish you could teach your kids is things like that. It's like the lesson. There are certain lessons in life can't be taught. They have to be acquired. You have to learn them yourself. And it's, you know, that's, to me, that's one of the difficulties of raising a child is that, you know, you see the train wreck is about to happen.
Yeah.
You don't know exactly when, but you know, you see it coming, and there's nothing you can do about it, except if you're a reasonable parent, to make sure your child maintains self-confidence and everything, is to save them from the situation when it happens. I mean, without ridicule. And some people are incapable of even doing that. But there's a lot of things like that. It's like you can't teach a child. You have to let them learn it. It's funny, my daughter, I didn't have to. Well, I guess she may have. I assume she sort of. I never told her. When she was really young, anything about being atheist or anything or whatever like that. There was one thing when she was 8 or 10 years old where there was a church out in the country. We lived in the sticks, whatever. That was like, I don't remember. They were offering something to poverty kids that were poor or whatever. I don't remember what it was. And I explained to her that, you know, there's always a price to pay. I don't remember how I put it exactly, but I wouldn't let her go over to this church to go get, I don't remember what it was, food or a coat or something or whatever. It's like, you know, just go to the store and get a damn coat, whatever.
Right.
Because you go to them for it, there's a price. They're gonna
start going to that church and.
Yeah, I mean, basically expressed to her. I don't remember how I put it exactly, but it was sort of like, you know, nobody's going to give you anything for free like that unless they're getting something out of it, sort of.
Right.
There's ulterior motive, sort of. And that was, I think, not so much about the religion aspect. To me, it wasn't. Anyway, the reason I told her that, it was about the gullibility aspect that you can fall into with con men or anything, really, for that matter. It doesn't matter what it is, sort of. And then when she was like 13 or 14, I got home from work, and she was standing in front of, we were living in an apartment by then, and her and our next door neighbor, which at that time they were friends, later on didn't turn out so well. But they were standing there, and these two, you know, guys, Jehovah's Witness type, were standing there talking to him. And I pull up, and I get out of my truck, and I'm, you know, at the end of the day, kind of rough-looking, whatever guy. I mean, my hair, of course, at that time my hair was buzzed and all that stuff too. But still, I mean, I can be a little aggressive sometimes. And and when I approached these two young men, my immediate thing was, what the fuck you think you're doing? That's my fucking kid. Did I tell you to talk to her? I ain't give you no right to talk, no permission to talk to her. You know, that's freaking, in my opinion, that's contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Should I call the cops? You don't have a right to talk to my kid. And and they were like, oh, well, it's just for this. I don't give a fuck what your reason is. Fuck you and your book. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. You don't talk to my child without my permission. She's a minor. You have no right to talk to her. So that might have left a little impression on her. I don't know. But it really, to me personally, it didn't matter that they were religious specifically. It's the fact that, they were young adults talking to my daughter, and I don't care if you're selling something or what. It's like, fuck you. Door-to-door salesman, you're trying to talk to my daughter like this about anything like it. No, bullshit. It's my kid.
Well,
Fuck
I
you.
bet you probably heard them of doing it again.
Yeah, the last time I had someone to come to my door here, which has been a long time, and it was when I was on vacation. It was on like Friday morning, like 10 a.m. It wasn't horribly early, but I answered the door, and by this time, I used to do things like, answer the door with a gun in my hand and go, yeah, can I help you? I mean, stuff like that. But with this last time, I just opened that door and I saw the guy holding a Bible in his book with a couple of, looked like, it might have been Jehovah's stuff, but I think it was a couple of Chick tracts in it, but it looked more like. But, I just opened the door and I said, I just told him, I says, I bet you I know that book better than you. Or no, I think I stated that, I know that book better than you. And he's like, well, what'd you like? And he pulled out the little Chick tract things. I said, nah, I'm okay. And they just walked off.
Mm-hmm.
And because I guarantee you they've never read the goddamn book. They read select passages, like most people.
Right.
I wouldn't mind it if they actually read the whole damn book. Then you figure it out. But you can't just... It's kind of like the same thing that a lot of people do. And I'm sure it happens in a lot of religions. It's just my experience is, the fact that you can go to a Christian bookstore and buy a book on inspirational passages. Well, just read the damn Bible, man. Anyway, they'll take these inspirational passages. Oh, yeah, and then they'll look them at the Bible. Oh, yeah. Some people will even highlight them. Oh, that's my favorite, It's feel-good portions is what these books assemble. And I don't find that to be very genuine, basically. I mean, if you're going to be genuine about a religion, be genuine about it. If you're not, what are you doing? I don't get it. And it's not necessarily a matter of if you read the Bible, you have to take it literally. That has nothing to do with anything. But if you're totally dependent on the preachings of another and never actually read the book, I mean, it's just like it's been said over and over. It's just like, if you believe in God and he wrote a book, wouldn't you read it?
Mm-hmm.
That's more the deal about it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, my daughter automatically. I never really had to even say much to her. I mean, she told me. I don't remember what it was. I was watching something, probably a debate or something. I don't remember what the fuck. And she stopped by here, probably around not long after I moved in, and so it's like over 6 years ago, something like that. And I'm sure that we made comments here and there about religion kind of thing, but we didn't really talk about it much. Like it wasn't worth the time, sort of kind of thing. And she, I think I was watching a debate or something. I don't remember how it came up, and she said she just made a statement that, well, it's all guilt bullshit, basically. I mean, right? Something like that, which I understand exactly what she meant. I mean, it's, there are a lot of things. It's kind of like control through fear, control through guilt, control through, it works on a lot of people. I was just thinking. And this hour has been brought to you by the Jimmy Swaggart Boy Toy Fund. Hmm.
Yeah, Jimmy Swaggart. He could cry like nobody else. I have sinned.
Yeah, I can't do all that kind of stuff. I mean, like, oh, what's his name? Robin Williams was good at playing preacher.
Oh yeah.
Um,
What about Sam Kinison? Remember him?
I remember the name. I can't remember.
He was a comedian. He used to be like a preacher. Then he became an atheist, and that dude was just off the top. I think HBO did some special footage, a comedy house, and that guy he was just funny as shit. And he would use his preaching abilities.
Yeah.
The lines, but he wasn't gratifying Jesus anymore. As a matter of fact, he probably went too far. Anyway, he died in a car accident.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. I've heard a couple of comedians that do that type thing pretty well, but I don't know who they are.
Well, look up Sam Kinison on YouTube. I saw him on there. He's just funny as shit. The way he comes across with,
Yeah, no, there's I'll tell you one of the, of course, this is this one song, Tim Minchin, um, Tim Minchin did a, I like his Pope song. Um, he does a lot of good ones actually, but the Pope song, well, I don't know, I like a lot of stuff Tim Minchin did.
Yeah.
But the Pope song was like, really clear and to the point, sort of. Well, I mean, for what it was. Of course, I also like the Tim Minchin thing where he talks about I don't remember I don't remember what he calls that actor, what it is. It's where, what could you imagine what it'd be like to be the first fish, the first one to have feet, and he talks about a fish jumping out of water and landing on his feet. I can't remember what it is. It's like, it's a pretty good story he does. It's one of his on-stage act things. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's but he makes a pretty good point with the story. It's like, could you imagine, being evolved from this fish, whatever being, I forget what he called the fish. He gave it a name. I don't remember what. Where he talks about, could you imagine him seeing, millions of years in the future, where through some kind of, I forget how he explains it, some kind of through a psychotic episode, this guy being, thinking he's the god and whatever, and responsible for the creation of feet that this fish was responsible for him having, and while they're nailing him up by the feet. Yeah, it's an interesting little stage act thing that he did, but I also like his song that he does. It's called Prejudice. And it's pretty funny. when people who've never heard it before listen to it, you swear you know what word he's talking about as he starts telling you the letters that are in the word, and then it's nothing like what you thought it was going to be. It's funny though.
Well, it's about bedtime for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning and go to work.
Oh, hell.
But
It was great talking to you again, Lucy.
yeah, it's not just coming up on midnight here. Guess y'all are like what, 1, something like that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hour.
Almost 1
Yeah.
o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Never can tell who's going to show up or what's going on out there.
That's right.
All right, fellas.
Yep.
You both have a wonderful evening.
You do the same.
Right.
All right.
Sure.
And maybe I will get to see you both at some point tomorrow.
Nice talking to you, Brandon.
It was nice talking to you guys too. Sorry, I was a little bit busy.
That's okay. No problem at all.
Promise I'll be more active later on.
That's all right. Not a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right. Later.
All right. Bye.
Later.